You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, 11 p.m., September 8th, 2023. We're back for another case in the Mythos Tales box. Let me check in with the chat, see if there's anything I need to pay attention to. A little bit of bookkeeping. On Wednesday, Greg and I played another Cryptic Killers cold case game. This one, Murder at a Movie Theater. I have one more of those to play. Murder at the Casino. It's something casino. I forget which casino it is. And then I'll probably do a review of the latest set of 3 that we've played. I also posted on the channel the review Greg and I did of Mists over Carcassonne, which is a cooperative standalone game spin-off of Carcassonne, which is a very popular competitive game with millions of expansions. Also posted a playthrough of that. And I want to remind you that on Sunday, in 2 days at 3 p.m., we'll read the solution to the Dear Holmes case we've been playing called Wonderland Gardens. And sometime this month, in the next 3 weeks, probably towards the end of the month, I will begin my streams talking about game design with a specific focus on High and Low, the narrative mystery detective games set in 1930s, 1940s, sort of film noir New York City. I hope you'll join me for that. I'd take as much help as I can get from the channel, so I'm hoping to find collaborators. We'll be talking about that game specifically, and then how other games and how other issues in designing mystery games relate to that. Anything else to talk about before we get started? Jonathan says he's mentioning a board game called Sea Evil, which I have never heard of, a 1v many game. Never heard of it. R-rated art. Okay, that sounds definitely... The board game community is very PG. It's very rare to see a board game that has anything R-rated in it. I'm not sure why, at least in America. Another little piece of bookkeeping to talk about. We like to have sort of holiday special events, and October, the month of October of Halloween, we'll be playing a bunch of sort of scary horror-themed mystery games. I think that probably means a week of Deadbolt Mystery Society. Maybe we'll try to do one of the special ones that are 3-part games, 3 connected games. I also noticed that Mythos Tales, there is a fan expansion for Mythos Tales that I've printed out here that looks quite good. And there's a fan expansion for Bureau of Investigation, both Cthulhu-themed games. So I think maybe what we should try to do is finish up Mythos Tales in October, by October, and then play the fan case of Mythos Tales and the fan case of Bureau of Investigation. Which brings us to today. Let's take a look at where we are here. So we've played the first 4 cases, and now we're up to the Serpent's Vengeance. I'll note that this is the first case by Will Kenyon. He's credited as the co-designer of this game, the second author of this box of games. This is the first game that he's actually involved with. An unusual crime is committed when snakes are desecrated at his due. So this is Will Kenyon's first case by himself, and then he's got one more that he's co-authored here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more to play, plus a bonus one that's in the box. I can't remember if that's a full-size case or not. So 4 more, including today's, and then the fan-made case. All right. Greg is off for the evening. The channel is missing Greg. All right. Anything else before we get started here? I see snakes. Looks like someone's reaching up, having fallen down. They've dropped something, some liquid. Are we ready to get started? Anything else? All right, let's read our rules here. See if there's anything new we have to worry about. In Investigation 5, The Serpent's Vengeance, players will... You guys are stuck with me today. Here's the bad news. Hopefully you can survive it. In Investigation 5, The Serpent's Vengeance, players will be using the requirements and a new rule called Delay. During Investigation 5, The Serpent's Vengeance, players may experience an attempted delay by the guilty party to encourage players to stop their investigation. Very often, these delays may arise when players are visiting the best leads. The delay is usually presented at the end of the encounter, and players have the option of advancing the time tracker to deal with the delay. Delays may waste valuable time unless you ignore the delay and proceed as normal. However, this option may have negative consequences later. Players must decide if pressing forward is the best decision. In Investigation 5, all delays are the result of the investigators being poisoned by the perpetrator, who's trying to dissuade them from continuing their investigation. The poison is not fatal. Keep track of what locations players experience a delay situation and the decision players made upon encountering each delay. How strange. They're always trying to introduce new mechanics in this Mythos Tales, and here's yet another. Investigation complexity. Armitage speculates, unless there are no surprises, I foresee myself visiting between 8 and 13 locations to answer most questions. However, we are dealing with someone who has the audacity to use poison, so I would tread lightly. Be careful. Please wrap up your investigation by no later than day 5 afternoon. Okay, so day 5 afternoon. I've marked it here with this little magnet, but we never really use that. Instead, we use these printouts that someone made that are made for each case, so you know these are the turns you have until Friday afternoon. So we have, looks like 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14 turns. He says 8 to 13 locations. Okay, and then we have questions and a little checkbox to mark if we've been poisoned and if this is our first visit. All right. The Serpent's Vengeance. Little woman watching a, doesn't look like a train, a wagon convoy. There's a bird on it. Okay, The Serpent's Vengeance. Arkham, Massachusetts, October 21st, 1929. The citizens of Arkham took to Nordwill's traveling menagerie, creatures fair and foul, like flies to a corpse. Nordwill's zoo landed in Arkham a month ago, operating on the north end of Independence Square, and soon became a focus of conversation for old and young alike. You've been meaning to give the traveling zoo a visit when you hear a curious statement by a stranger. You're enjoying this morning's tea at your local bakery while perusing the Arkham Advertiser when a gruff man loudly announces his disappointment upon learning that Nordwill's gates were shuttered due to an unforeseen incident. "Took me kids all the way out there, and what is this?" I said to the guards at the gate. We had spent half the day walking to get there, and I insisted they pay me money for a return cab ride home. They said they had to close due to a problem with their snakes. Oh, I see. He was continuing speaking. A tingle wiggles down your spine. Snakes are not something you find pleasant. Within minutes, a newspaper boy stops his bike in front of the baker's shop, dismounts, and walks to your table. Professor Armitage sent me, the boy says. It's urgent, I think. Oh, and he didn't pay me enough. You got a dime? You're not a believer in coincidence, but certainly this can't have anything to do with an unexpected closing of Nordwell's. You give the kid a dime and shudder at the thought of snakes running loose in a zoo. A summons from Armitage is not lightly ignored, so you hail a taxi and make your way over to Miskatonic University. Armitage is pacing about, his cane tapping the floor at each turn. If it is not about the snakes, then something beyond the ordinary is bothering him. Oh, where's our cubes? He's deep in thought, so he does not glance your way before speaking. I called you here because there was an incident at Nordwell's menagerie last night. At 6 a.m., in anticipation of the day's visitors, a groundskeeper unlocked the breezeways of the reptile house to allow fresh air to circulate when he screamed in horror. Inside were housed over 100 snakes of various species. Snakes were out of the cages and lying lifeless in a heap. Strange thing, wouldn't you say? A policeman was called, but I doubt he took much interest in dead snakes. However, I think something sinister is in the works. I'll hold off making too many guesses yet as to what, but we must get to the bottom of this, even if it is just a cold-hearted prank. You sigh. You're not sure that following up on dead snakes is a good use of your time, but you're willing to humor Armitage. He obviously sees something you do not. Armitage takes a seat at his desk and arranges violets in a vase. Not one other creature in the reptile house died. Inside the same building are lizards and other creatures, all unharmed, it seems. It all seems so unusual, so I'll only mention a few minor facts so as not to lead you astray. Armitage pauses now, as if considering his next words carefully. You'll probably need to visit someone whose studies are less comprehensive than my own, but a little more broad. And then there's the library, of course, but I'm not sure who else. Oh, that's us thinking. There is the library, but I'm not sure who else. You know who else, but Armitage will not mention his name. You smile and say, should I talk to Pascal Fenton then? He growls at you and barks, Fenton, I don't see why you should. Anyway, time's wasting. I see some urgency here that perhaps you do not. You may gain something if you talk to Garrison. It may be futile, but you never know. Also, the snake carcasses were sent to a zoologist, I believe. Find out where we can find this man. I believe he now runs a pet store. And finally, I believe the zoo purveyor, one Miss Nordwell, is staying at the Harding boarding house. I asked her to send over dust particles discovered on the snakes to the science annex. Could be that a poison was used, so be careful if you meet anyone suspicious. Look out for anyone who's acting peculiar. I also found it interesting that there are no reports from the hospital of snake bites. One would think that attacking that many snakes would be very dangerous. Okay, so that's our introduction. So let's go over the places that have been suggested to us by Armitage to visit. First of all, he says, there's someone you should visit whose studies are more comprehensive but more broad. And then we say, well, there is the library, but I'm not sure who else. And then we say, you know who else. And we mention Pascal, who's the occult guy. And Armitage says, I don't see why you should. So Pascal is one of our allies, so there's really no point in writing it down in the notes. But now he's suggesting we talk to Garrison. just to remind you of our allies here. There's Pascal Fenton, the occultist. And Garrison, Morris Garrison, is the police detective who, remember, the cops were called. They're not going to care too much about snakes, though. So that seems like maybe a waste to go to the police, but maybe they saw something that Armitage doesn't know about. And then he says the snake carcasses were sent to a zoologist who now owns pet store. So maybe we find pet stores and we'll find the zoologist. And then Nordwill, and it's Nordwill Circus. She's at the Harding boarding house. Okay, maybe she knows why someone broke in to get her snakes. And then there's dust particles discovered on the snakes to the science annex. That seems like a good lead. If the dust can be identified as coming from a particular area of town or something, obviously Armitage thinks it's important. And then he says there could be a poison. So he tells us, be careful of suspicious people. And he points out no one checked themselves into the hospital from snake bite. So, and how did they avoid getting bit by snakes? And now let's just take a look at the scene again. 6 a.m., our timeline is 6 a.m. they discovered the snake. So sometime between closing the previous night and 6 a.m. tonight, and it's October 29th, so 6 a.m., they found, let's read what they found. It's a reptile house, 100 snakes out of the cages lying lifeless in a heap. Dead snakes in a heap. That's odd. Out of their cages. Did they attack someone? All right. And where are we told this circus has set up shop? I'm pretty sure we were told where. He took his kids all the way out there. Independence Square. North end of Independence Square. Okay. Let us see where that is, if we can. Where is Independence Square on our map? Okay, there's Independence Square. So the circus has set up shop here on the north end. I'm just going to put a little marker here for that. Okay, so there's our circus. And maybe we'll start out by finding locations for these people. Anna says, you're at it already? No chit chat for today? I see. We've caught Anna trying to sneak in after the chit chat. Anna's trying to skip chit chat. I can't let you guys get used to coming in 15 minutes late. Someone said, are those giraffes? You guys got to be ready with your chit chat. When you join the chat, the moment it starts, because of the delay, you should just start talking. All right, so someone pointed out those were actually giraffes in the drawing. That's pretty cool. Those are absolutely our giraffes. So there's the birds. There's the giraffe. All right, let's locate these other people before we move on. So we've got the owner Nordwell is at Harding Boarding House. So let us find that. I guess that's probably Harding House, N15. We could confirm that if we look at boarding houses. Okay, so she is at N15. All right, and then the zoologist who's now at a pet store. Let's see, do we have pet stores? Stores, let's see. Pet shop M19. That seems like it's the only one. M19. And what were, and then the science annex. Is there an entry for that? I don't think we've ever been there before there. Maybe they're talking about the science hall, C12. So the science annex is where they said to send the dust. And what was the zoologist reference? Why did he said the zoologist? He says the snake carcasses were sent to the zoologist. Okay. All right. So, and then of course we have the newspaper. Shall we do a quick scan of the newspaper? Let's do our quick scan of the newspaper. October 21st, 1929 on Monday. That's our case here. All right, we're just going to look through the newspaper quickly. 2 dead in Berlin. We're just looking for snake stuff. We'll read the whole newspaper later, but this is our news system. We just quickly scan it. Caution for Halloween. Okay, could our snakes be for Halloween? We've got a fortune teller, the Gypsy King. We've got an article on the stock crisis. Chat has something to say. Is the date October 21st or October 29th? So October 21st. October 21st is our day of the newspaper, and it's our day of our case. October 21st. I see. I did write down October 29th originally. I must have said 29th, but no, it's the 21st. Yeah, 21st. Okay. Okay, Wall Street crash. A creature sighting. This sounds like it could be related to us. Let's see. Another creature sighting off Innsmouth coast. Innsmouth police are investigating another report of creature sightings along the city's coast. This is the 4th report in the last 2 weeks. Witnesses all claim to have seen a merman, a creature with human-like stature but fish-like creatures. The most recent report also included a strange sound emanating from deep beneath the water. One family interviewed claimed to be so frightened that they're calling off their vacation. Experts are unsure of the nature of these sightings, but theories range from mass hysteria to foreign yet undiscovered creatures. Dr. Dyer of the Miskatonic University Biology Department has his own theory. It's not at all unusual for people to mistake common sea creatures as new species. For instance, for years, sailors reported dolphins as mermaids. Most likely, people are seeing a migrating pod of dolphins or whales and mistaking them for more fantastical creatures. All right, well, This guy's not going to, I was thinking, should we visit him to talk about our snakes? But he seems like he's not going to be very friendly to supernatural stuff, so maybe not. Got a little ad here about a musical saw. You can learn to play a saw as an instrument in 3 days. Be the life of the party. Okay, here's an article about our zoo. Misfortune strikes Nordwil Zoo. Police suspect foul play last night at Nordwil's traveling zoo, where the entire snake collection was killed. The snake carcasses were found in a single pile inside the reptile house, yet no other animals were harmed. The zoo has been the highlight of activities this past month and was planning on moving on to Innsmouth before this tragedy occurred. Mrs. Nordwil, zoo proprietor, is not sure the zoo will return to Arkham. She believes someone broke inside the reptile house with the sole intention of harming the snakes, calling it a strange act indeed for a rather strange town. The police have named no suspects and did not respond to the advertiser's request for comment. Okay, and we've got an advertisement for smoking tobacco, Old Chum Tobacco. We've got an article about a church preparing a dinner social for Halloween. Visit the locksmith in the merchants district. Okay, a murder trial. Maybe that's related. Trial of Robert and Delzar for the murder of George Danielson in a payroll holdup in Dunwich last August will start tomorrow before Judge Jacob Knight Jr., prosecutor. Judge J. Quinn is representing the state, and Judge Ward Pfister and John R. Phillips are defending. And Delzar, the defendant, was one of 4 or 5 men implicated in the holdup in which $7,280 was secured. And Delzar was arrested a few days later in an Arkham rooming house. He confessed to driving the car which carried the gunman away from the scene. That doesn't sound related. What about this? I don't see any articles on snakes. These diners looking for dedicated cooks and servers apply in person. Help needed at Chad's Groceries. Duties include stocking, cleaning, and bagging. Interviews on Tuesdays. Donors or volunteers wanted for auction event at the Eleanor Peabody Charity Home. Contact Alice Mabel. Models needed for painting and sculpture. Travel required. Correspondence by phone. Ask for R.U. Pickman in Chicago. Okay, then we've got 2 letters to the editor. I don't see anything about snakes here. Complaining about errors and complaining about... Let's read this one. Morality is dead in this awful city. Between the billiard hall, the strange nightly activities, and the speakeasy, which everyone knows is flush with bathtub gin, I dread to think of the punishment that will visit Arkham. Divine retribution is coming, and I'm leaving before it arrives. I will be moving to Innsmouth, a town where nothing sinister ever happens. I would advise anyone interested in living a civil life to leave Arkham. Okay, so there you have it. Thoughts for the day. Look at this, though. Thought for the day. A serpent, unless it devours a serpent, will not become a dragon. What's that about? A serpent, unless it devours a serpent, will not become a dragon. It does seem like maybe Pascal Fenton might know of some ritual where you kill snakes to get their powers. What do you think about that? So there's our paper for today. There were a couple articles we skipped. This is a paper for the next month, so we definitely don't need that, but we do have previous papers that might have something relevant. I think we'll skip it now. I'll just quickly look if there's anything titled like snakes. We've all read all these articles in our previous cases. Does anyone remember any snakes involved in previous newspapers? I do not. We could study them if we think we need to at some point in the future, but I don't remember anything relevant. All right. Jonathan says, could we go to the paper and ask who writes the thought of the day? It's an interesting idea. Remember that with Mythos Tales, it's so tight on time that there are lots of things that if we were playing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, where we don't care about time, we would do. But given that we have our tight timetable with this game, we often don't end up pursuing those long shots. Okay, so if we look at our current set of leads, we've got Pascal Fenton, the occult guy, Garrison, the police, someone with broad knowledge. I'm not sure why Armitage, who he was talking about, if not Pascal, but he wasn't talking about Pascal because he doesn't like Pascal. But I like the idea of talking to the guy who looked at the snake carcasses to tell us how they died, right? Because we don't know how they died. And then we could talk to Mrs. Nordwill, who runs the circus. I'm not sure she's going to have that much useful information that she didn't already tell the police, but maybe she did tell them something like a strange man who was seen lurking about. She would know, right? And then the science annex where they found strange dust on the snake. So these two, the zoologist and the science annex, seem the most interesting to me. Boy, we got some dropped frames there for a second. And it says, could we go to the zoo? I don't think we can go to the zoo. They closed up, but we can go to the woman who's running the zoo. I mean, that's essentially, well, I take it back. We could go to Independence Square and check out the scene of the crime ourselves. So that is an option. We're told that the zoo is at the north end of Independence Square. Okay, so I'm going to actually add that D11. I mean, we normally do like to go to the scene of the crime ourselves, especially since the police weren't investigating it too carefully. All right, so zoologist, the woman who runs the circus at the boarding house, the science annex where they're looking at the dust, and the circus itself. So those are our 4 top ones. Any thoughts on where you'd like to go first? You can only go to one of those. I guess that if it were me, the dust on the snake seems the most interesting clue in terms of locating the culprit. What's our mission? What were we told to do? What does he want us to do? I'm not sure he told us what to do. I guess just solve it, investigate it. Or does he think something bad is happening? I just want to see what he tells us to do. He says, I called you here. There was an incident. I think something sinister is in the works. Okay, so we need to get to the bottom of whatever sinister is going on. All right. All right, well, we're all in agreement that we should go to all those places. All right, let's go to the dust analysis first. All right, dust analysis we think is happening at the science annex. I wonder if we should care about where we go in what order. I mean, thematically, if we were role-playing it, we might want to go to the scene of the crime before it gets stamped all walked on top of. But I'm not sure we're going to end up going there. All right, let's go to the science annex first. C12. I think that's what it is. I think that's C12. All right, C12. All right, here we are at the science annex. Dr. Winslow leads you into her lab, which is far less sterile than makes you comfortable. There's a puddle on the floor in one corner and mold growing on her walls. After you tell her your purpose, she pulls a stoppered vial out of a rack. Hydrogen cyanide, very toxic. It's a gas that shuts down respiratory function in blood cells. It smells like bitter almonds. Somebody released this gas into the reptile room, I believe. Easy way to kill a lot of snakes without getting bitten. Dr. Winslow uncorks the vial and waves it under your nose. This unsettles you a bit. Breathe normally, she says. There's a faint smell that you could only call bitter almond. Besides myself, I only know of one person in Arkham who could reproduce hydrogen cyanide. His name is Mike Damon, and he owns a warehouse downtown next to the river. And then it continues on the next page where it just says one thing. It says, if you have requirement card 3, proceed to the supplemental encounters and read entry 3. What on earth? All right. Well, I'm going to say once requirement card 3. So I've made a note that this wants requirement card 3 if we want to come back. I don't know why we need to come back. Okay, Mike Damon at a warehouse downtown next to the river. Mike Damon. Warehouse near river. He makes hydrogen cyanide. Okay, so she says the way that someone killed all these snakes is he let out this gas that killed them. But what's significant to us is that, let's think about this for a second. If you just wanted to kill the snakes, you let out the cyanide in there and they all die. But there's another aspect of the crime scene, right? All the snakes have been taken out of their cages and put into a pile. So the question is, why do you do that if you didn't need to do that to kill them? So have you killed them first, and then you've collected them all into a pile and done what? Take the venom out of them? I'm not sure you can get the venom out of a snake when it's dead. Whenever you see them getting venom, they take the snake, they hold it by the head, and they've got a cup, and they go, and it latches onto the cup with its fangs, and then it squirts out its venom. I don't think you can just get venom from a dead snake. So why are you gathering them out there? Let's see if we can find Mike Damon. Any theories about that? Why would you kill them and then bring them out? Okay, M. Damon, D47. Let's see if that's in fact a warehouse by the river. D47. Okay, so there's D47. It is indeed a warehouse by the river. Okay, and we were just at D12. We were just there. Okay, so that was the science annex. She says over here, Mike Damon, he knows how to make the cyanide. Well, this does seem like a reasonable lead to follow, right? Like, did this guy make it and sell it to the culprit? Or is he our culprit? Jonathan says, I guess if there were different kinds of snakes, you could throw them all into a pile to obscure one you've harvested in particular. Interesting. And it says, could be some ritual with the snakes. All right, well, let's follow up this lead because this is our most promising lead, although it is also a good way to get ourselves killed. But I mean, that we can't not follow leads. So I think we should go to D47 next, especially if we can go during the day. All right, let's talk to this guy who knows how to make cyanide. Here we go. You approach Mike Damon's warehouse, which is near the Miskatonic River. The building has two visible entries. One is a large sliding panel door for vehicles, and the other is a normal door under a rusty awning. Under a rusty awning is a normal door. It's a little editing mistake. There's a glass window in the corner at eye level, but it's dark inside. The door is unlocked, so you open it. You call out, but there's no reply. You turn on a row of switches, but only a single bulb flickers over a table. The warehouse is filled with tables, vats, and chemistry equipment. In fact, it looks like a dirtier, dingier, much larger version of Dr. Winslow's lab. A furnace in a corner emits a little heat, but the embers are almost entirely burned out. In a far corner is a pile of coal, a corner which is nowhere near the furnace. In an opposite corner of the room is a pile of pitted, rotting apricots. Finally, in yet another corner is a pile of dark blue powder. What purpose it serves is beyond you. In the center of the lab is a large vat on a metal table. You use a crowbar to break the seal. When you do, the smell of it hits you so hard it makes you take a step backward. Ammonia. Gallons and gallons of it. You quickly close the vat's lid. Next to the vat, you find a brown glass bottle filled with liquid. You uncork the bottle and drip a little of the liquid onto the metal table, and it instantly hisses and bubbles like acid. Suddenly, a man's voice startles you. Help me! The room is still fairly dark, so you shine a flashlight in all directions to determine the origin of the voice. You cautiously approach a gathering of dusty, unused lab equipment when a long red snake slithers out of the shadows, darting past you. It's followed by a long black rat snake, then a grass snake. They all disappear into dark corners of the room. There's the warehouse we're in, by the way. Who's there? Please, stop. Stop, Miss Damon, is that you there? Please, I'm so cold, the voice says weakly. Without getting too close, your flashlight reveals a man wearing a workman's uniform. The embroidered badge on his shirt identifies him as Mike. He's lying on his side, but slowly he then rolls over onto his belly. You call to him, "Are you okay, Mike?" He glances at you, his eyes shimmer, lacking human recognition. Shockingly, he flickers his tongue at you. It jitters frantically past his lips. Still on his belly, head forward, his arms flail weakly. His tongue continues to flicker under his nose, his head forward, inches off the ground. You startle in horror when several snakes dash out of a nearby boot and slither over the man's back. Then the man's fingers shape into claws. Both hands are taut and curved as Mike scrapes fingers on the cement floor, breaking the nails. Help me, he says. But he may not even be aware you're there. Then the unthinkable happens. His head bursts apart violently, sending a spray of blood and brains. You scream, dropping your flashlight as you run out the open door and vomit into the Miskatonic. Take requirement card 3. Okay, well, that was pretty terrifying. All right, so we've got requirement card 3, which is what the Science Museum woman wanted. And Tina says you can get cyanide from the pits of the apricots. Okay, good. Good to know that. I noticed one other interesting clue, although I don't think it's actually useful for us. He calls out to his wife, right? Or actually, it says, he says, "Who's there? Please stop. Miss Damon, is that you there? Please, I'm so cold." This is a little confusing to me. Like, if this is Mike Damon, why is he talking about Miss Damon? Wouldn't he say, "Honey, wife, is that you?" Why would he be referring to his wife as Miss Damon? He's wearing a shirt that says Mike, but I wonder if it's really Mike. Because Mike Damon wouldn't call out to his wife, Miss Damon, right? So what's happening here? It's also odd that he's got his shirt identifies him as Mike. Like, these are in conflict. Is there errata for this case? There is errata for most of these cases, but I took a very quick look at it and it looked like there was no errata of note for this case. During the break, I'll get it out and look at it. But whether this is supposed to say Mr. Damon or Miss Damon, either way, it seems to be in conflict with this guy being Mike. Anna says, "You're right. We should talk to this Miss Damon." I was going to say there is no other Damon in the phone book. Actually, this looks like this continues a little bit. So let's read this top thing. This says, "If you have pressed forward through 3 or more delays, then you find yourself too sick to continue this investigation. Your investigation immediately ends." Okay, so we see a little bit of information here that we better be careful not to press forward through delays too much, or we'll get too poisoned. We haven't been poisoned yet, so that's good to know. All right, so now I was going to say there is no other Damon, but now it makes me want to recheck. Okay, look at this. There actually is another Damon. Now, this is interesting. So, Mike Damon, M. Damon is where we just went. There's another Damon. Also, this guy's head blew up. Someone like turned him into a snake, right? Okay, there's a question in the chat that we need to talk about. If we go back with the card to the science annex, is it supposed to cost us another lead? According to the rules, yes. According to the strict rules of Mythos Tales, if you go back to a place, it costs you another lead. Whether we feel strongly, like I feel like we always play a little fast and loose with the times, so that's one of these things that we could fudge a little bit about and go back there without costing ourselves another lead. It was weird how, like, what do you think we're going to ask about? Are we going to ask the science annex about the stuff we saw there? So let's make a note, though, that is it, Mike? Question mark. And then mentions Miss Damon. And then E. Damon is in our directory at L50. We should definitely go visit her. I wonder if we shouldn't take another look at that entry and see what other stuff was mentioned, because there was a bunch of stuff talked about there. Let's see. Chat says, the way the three snakes were described, red and dark, was like they were people transformed. That's interesting. I didn't quite pick that up, but I did. It was strange. Let's take another quick glance at this. Okay, so we go in there. No one's there. The fire is burning out. There's the pitted apricots, which we're told by Antina is how you can make cyanide from apricot. We've got dark blue powder. We don't know what that is. And we've got ammonia. Do you need ammonia to make the hydrogen cyanide? I think that makes sense to me, but it's possible it's something else. Gallons and gallons of ammonia. And then we have brown liquid bottle, which is bubbles like acid. You could use that to dissolve locks, to break locks. Okay, help me, he says. Dusty, unused lab equipment. Now, notice, remember there was dust on the snakes, but when we went there, they were talking about hydrogen. So is that the dust from that or dust from hydrogen? Okay, gathering of dusty, unused lab equipment. A red snake slithers out, darts past us. Then comes a black snake and a grass snake. They all go into corners of the room. Who's there? Please stop. I'm so cold. We say, are you okay, Mike? He glances at you, lacking recognition, and he's turning into a snake. More snakes dash out of a nearby boot and slither over the man's back. What's that about? Head bursts apart. All right. The chat wants to go back with the card. Let's see. John says, I lean toward going back and seeing what we get from requirement card 3. Otherwise, if we read something later that makes us think we need to go back, it will probably cost us even more time. Extra time to go back and see requirement 3 and an extra time to go back where we think we'll need what's behind requirement 3. Although if we play looser, time matters less. Anna says, let's go back. And Tina says, Woody was right. Got to check the boot for snakes. I don't know what that's a reference to, but it sounds like some cowboy thing. All right, we're going back where you guys wanted to go back to the science place with requirement card 3, and then maybe we'll take our little break. Toy Story is where that's from. Okay, so when we went to the science lab, it said If you have requirement card 3, proceed to the supplemental encounters on page 101 and read entry 3. 101 entry 3. Okay, supplemental encounters. So here are the supplemental encounters. You show Dr. Winslow the dark blue powder you extracted from Damon's warehouse, and you tell her about the apricots, the ammonia, the coal, and the acid. Ah, yes, that was probably phosphoric acid, and all of the things you describe are potential components for manufacturing hydrogen cyanide. This, she waves a handful of the blue powder at you, this is Prussian blue. Mostly it's used in paintings and in the making of blueprints, but it can also be an ingredient in the making of hydrogen cyanide. Seems to me you found the place where the cyanide was made. Have you discovered yet, though, who had Mike Damon manufacture it and why? And that's it. That's where it ends. So it's very strange about these supplemental encounters. We're just going to note, we're not going to count that against us. We're just going to put that we went back to C12 and then read supplemental 3. Okay, we're not going to count that against us. Okay, are we ready to go? So we're working on a theory that that wasn't actually Mike, but probably it was. Maybe he's lost his mind and forgot who he was. That's why he's referring to Miss Damon. Or maybe it wasn't him. It would be a coincidence if it wasn't him, because he seems like he would be someone you would hire to make the cyanide. It says paintings and blueprints. Should we pursue that? I'm not sure if we need to pursue that, but one thing did occur to me. There were gallons and gallons of ammonia, right? And a big pile of the blue. What are we told? A pile of dark blue powder. So are they making a lot more of this hydrogen cyanide? Doesn't sound like it. They're done. That's a big, giant vats of that ammonia. So I'm worried that they were just testing it and they're going to use it on other things now or something. All right, let me make a note of D47 where we went. I mean, I do feel like we should follow up this lead of Miss Damon, since it's very odd that there's a separate entry for her in the directory. I'm a little nervous about, I wish we had a gun or something. I'm a little nervous about confronting these people, but let's take our break here. We'll come back. The chat can talk about where you want to go next. If you want to go somewhere other than to this other E. Damon, I'm open to it. I'm open to the idea of investigating more before we confront someone that we think may be involved. You let me know in the chat. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back and it's time to decide where to go. I don't see anything in the channel about preferring one place or another. I guess if I suspect that this other daemon has anything to do with it, the sooner we get on that person's trail, the better. It gives us more time. So that's where I suggest we go. Although I suppose if we knew more about the danger we're facing, it might equip us better to deal with the suspect. Anna really wants to go to Pascal Fenton. You'd rather go to Pascal before we chase down this Miss Damon? You want to know what we're up against before we confront the mastermind? That's the only reason not to give us the longest time to track down our mastermind is to learn what we're up against. Because of the delays in YouTube, what I always say is people should just shout out when they have someplace they want to go rather than wait for a question. Okay, Anna says Pascal will know what ritual they're after. All right, we're going to go to Pascal first. Normally I try to avoid the allies, but in this case, now that we've seen someone turn into a snake and have their head explode, I think you could reasonably make the case that we should talk to the occultist. So L4 is where we're going to go next. The other benefit of going there is it's that in the evening, so it makes sense to go someplace safe in the evening. All right, we're going to L4. I wonder if he's going to let us ask about the exploding guy. Okay, L4. Look at this picture here. Pretty cool picture. All right. So here we are in L4. Lower South Side District. A cab driver drops you off at Pascal's home. You tell the cabbie to come back in a couple of hours to pick you up. Send Arlo if he's available, you say. Pascal is at his door, ready to greet you. Inside, you're immediately repulsed. Desiccated cadavers hang from spikes on the walls. The stuffed bodies of various exotic animals stand in each corner, and the whole room smells of formaldehyde, rot, and a strange floral potpourri, as if trying to mask the odor. A large oak desk dominates the center of the room, and Pascal directs you to it, taking his place in a large plush armchair behind it. He's veritably grinning with delight. You get straight to the matter of your visit, telling him about the dead snakes. Did Armitage mention anything to you about Yig? If not, then he's getting slow in his wits. Grinning, Pascal pulls an object out of a desk. It looks like a club, the sort of which a British bobby might carry, only it's carved with intricate motifs and painted with odd markings. Fastened to it are a number of dyed and painted snakeskins, and hanging from the skins are an array of feathers of various bright colors. This is a Central American spirit fetish, directly associated with ancient gods of both the Aztec and Mayan cultures. It passed through several hands prior to its coming to me. Those hands thought it was a fetish of Quetzalcoatl, or some similar Central American deity. Pascal indicates a series of black hieroglyphs near the bottom of the club. These markings are pertinent to an ancient power which held sway over the ancient Mesoamerican civilizations predating the Mayans by at least a millennium. It is possible that echoes of this power were heard by the Aboriginals in Australia. Pascal waves the fetish at you. There's the fetish, by the way. Pretty cool. He waves the fetish at you, his eyes wide with delight. Yig, he exclaims, the ancient snake god. He deftly puts the fetish away, slamming his desk drawer shut with a flourish, and he leans in conspiratorially close enough to catch a whiff of his fetid breath. You know, there are some theories that the Christian Association of Satan with the serpent stems from the influence Yig had over ancient cultures. He laughs, and his laughter makes your skin crawl. I've heard what happened to the snakes at the Nordwill Menagerie, he says. Someone killed all those snakes deliberately, and just as Yig is stirring in his slumber. However, the culprit may very well have misinterpreted the text. Is Yig interested in man's petty dealings? Do you understand? It may be that the attention has been drawn of lesser beings and of humans who worship Yig. I suppose, to a degree, the old god's attention may be turned to us, and for that reason alone, the minds of these bearers are altered. Yig is powerful, you know. You know, these bearers may even become snakes over time, but it's not a purposeful act of Yig. If we do ever get Yig's full attention, we will know it. Pascal laughs again. You mentioned a text, you ask him. What text? The Necronomicon, of course. Someone is reading it or parts of it. That is the real danger here. Where did they get the pages? If you have requirement card 2, proceed to supplemental encounter. Okay, so we're going to note that this location wants requirement card 2. We may be coming back here. All right, so we're told about the ancient god Yig, the snake god, which we could look up a little bit. I have a little printout of Cthulhu lore. But he says someone killed all those snakes deliberately and just as Yig is stirring in his slumber. But then he says the culprit misinterpreted the text. Misinterpreted the text. The text is from the Necronomicon, which we know is at the library under Armitage's care. And then he says, is Yig interested in man's petty dealings? And then he says, do you understand? It may be the attention has been drawn of lesser beings and of humans who worship Yig. Yig is thinking about us. That reason alone, the minds of bearers are altered. Those bearers may even become snakes over time, but it is not a purposeful act of Yig. If we do ever get Yig's full attention, we'll know it. So it seems like he's talking about we've got followers, cultist worshippers of Yig might be having their brains go on tilt, go a little bit crazy, and they've got hold of the Necronomicon and they're doing some ritual wrong or something. He says someone is reading it or parts of it. That's the danger here. Where did they get the pages? I mean, it's supposed to be under the lock and key of Armitage at the library, so someone snuck in there and got hold of this? Now let's close this up. So maybe we'll want to go to the library, so we could take a look at someone on the Mythos Tales forum uploaded a little summary of Lovecraftian lore. Let's see if we can find Yig here. We've got elder things. We've got the Migos, the great race of Yith, the Shagas, the Yugs, Dagon, Haster. Okay, so here's the entry about Yig. Yig is the father of serpents, one of the great old ones. He acts as a god who sends his minions and children out to punish all who have murdered a snake in the past by either killing them or turning into a snake-like creature such as himself. He is the father of Avigig and the mate of the outer god Yidra. Even though Yig is easy to anger, Yig is also easy to please as long as no harm comes to his children, the snakes. So this gives us a slightly different take on things. Have these snakes been killed by someone, not a follower of Yig, but have these snakes been killed for a different reason, and then Yig has come and punished the guy who made the cyanide? Is that what's happened? Like, we were thinking the followers of Yig, the followers of the cult of the snake, have killed these snakes as part of a ritual. But is it now more likely that we've got two separate groups? One is someone who's killed the snakes, and one are the Yig cultists who are now punishing those people. And do we not have now a more traditional crime that involved the death of the snakes? Anna says, oh, I see what you mean now, that Yig was punishing Mike. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is a possibility. Not that Mike was a follower of Yig, but that Mike was involved in this death of the snakes, perhaps just because he made the chemicals, and now the followers of Yig are seeking punishment, and I went and punished and killed him by turning him into a snake. Or possibly even that they are related, that the death of the snakes was an accident, but also done by cultists of Yig, and now they're being punished. But I think we absolutely need to leave open the possibility that the killer of the snakes is totally unrelated to the cult of the Yig. All right, so we could go to the library to see what's going on with the Necronomicon. That might tell us about the ritual. I feel like we should go to that Damon person next, though, because I'm very suspicious of this. But we do want to go to the library. Some point. Where is our library entry? Let's go visit this Damon woman first and see what's going on there. So the entry for that person is L50. This is, remember, he called out Miss Damon, this person who was dying. Okay, so there's no entry for L50. So much for that theory. E. Damon. E. Damon was L50. I was so sure that that was a giant clue. But that's not an entry. Okay, so much for that. I thought that was going to break the whole case wide open. Well, we could talk to the zoologist who looked at the snake carcasses. We could talk to the woman who's running the snake zoo. What if she killed all the snakes? We know where they got the hydrogen poison, though. We just don't know who hired that guy or any way to find that out. It's really surprising that we can't look up Miss Damon. Zoologist and the owner are good ideas. The other thing is, Jonathan just wants me to make sure that the actual address for the real Damon is the warehouse. Yeah, it is. So there's two addresses for Damon. D47, that's the warehouse where we went. And L50, which I just tried to go to now and doesn't exist in the directory. So yes. The other thing to consider is that the Necronomicon library sounds like we could go back to Fenton Pascal with that requirement card, perhaps. All right, let's go to the zoologist. We're going to investigate the dead snakes more. Eventually, I think we are going to need to go to the library and check on the Necronomicon, though. But first, let's see if the pet store zoologist can be reasoned with. Okay. That's M19. All right. It says, if you arrived here before the 4th day of the time tracker, the doors are locked. You may not continue reading below. Okay, so if we try to go to the zoologist now, and we're on day 2, so that's no good. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to make a note here. Visit M19. Otherwise, the doors are locked. We're not going to count that against ourselves. All right, well, let's go to Nordwell then at the boarding house in 15. Let's talk to the owner of this menagerie and see what she has to say for herself. Harding House is a 4-story white frame building with light gray trim, a matching gray picket fence, and a well-kept yard. A wide stoop leads up to the front entrance where you find yourself in a small foyer. William Harding is not present, but a tiny copper-skinned woman sits in a box office and she greets you. After you tell her your purpose, she rings a bell. Miss Nordwell comes down and takes you to a sitting room on the first floor. She looks haggard and distressed. You get the impression she's always in a vexed state. I have enemies, sure. At least 2 who are angry and resourceful enough to do something like this to me and my babies. She smiles at your reaction to her turn of phrase. What? You think I don't care about my animals, that they're nothing more than a source of income for me? Well, that is true, yes, and the money I invested over the years on those snakes constitutes a devastating blow. But all of my animals, from Icarus the kestrel to Simeon the viper, they are also my children. All 100 12 of those lovely serpents were part of me. As for Miss Nordwill's enemies, the mayor of a city in Ohio fined her again and again over capricious permit requirements. His name was Stan Cranston. Perhaps the police or the library can find this information and verify what I tell you. The other, more likely enemy was a former partner of hers called Guillermo Vasquez, with whom she parted ways a few years back, but who sometimes shows up to pester me for cash or favors. Town Hall might possibly know where Vasquez resides. Miss Nordwill is aware of the ancient deity Yig. You suggest that the act may have been ritualistic in nature. Miss Nordwill scoffs. I have been confronted regarding my supposed imprisonment of living creatures. I love the children of the earth the same as this Yig does. I believe all things are sacred, even the evil creatures of this world and beyond. Delay. You may rest by advancing the time tracker one additional space forward, or you may press on, ignoring the sickness, and continue as normal. You thank Miss Nordwell for her time and offer your condolences. Then you move on, but you feel very sick. Someone doesn't want us talking to her. Well, we have some notes to make and then a decision to make. So this was N15, which is Nordwell. She gives us two people who might want her to harm her reputation, I guess, or her thing. Stan Cranston, who she says police or library. We want to go to the library anyway, so that might be the best place for that. And then Guillermo Vasquez. She says for him, Town Hall. He's a former partner. And then Stan Cranston is a mayor. And then she says she's been bothered by Yigs, but she loves them. Okay, and then we've got a delay. So we got a little peek into the delay thing before when it said if you pressed on beyond 3 times, then you have to end immediately. So it feels like the first time we should just press on. When we get to 2 pressing on, then we should be careful. If you try to think of it from a meta game strategy, it sounds like basically what it's doing is like this is a big hint. So it's cutting our time. It wants to cut our time short. Why is it a big hint? Someone who wants to pester her for cash, or a mayor that's somehow angry at her. Both of them want money. I mean, she's not, it sounds like she cares for this snake, so I don't think she's going to get punished by Yig. And anyway, you wouldn't, if you were a supporter of the snakes, you wouldn't kill the snakes. And this helps us see that she didn't kill her own snakes. She clearly loves them. Okay, so are we going to delay? Are we going to rest and delay? No, we're going to push on. Yeah, so we're going to take a delay. We're going to take a delay. I guess we've been poisoned. But we're going to press on. We're not going to sit down and wait it out. We might as well press on until we get a little bit sicker. All right, where to now? It seems like maybe now we should go to the library because now you've got 2 reasons to go to the library, right? So it's afternoon. I say we go to the library. So, and while we're at the library, we'll visit Armitage. So the Orrin Library is C23, and then Armitage's office is C23A. So oh, thank you for reminding me. She said 112 snakes were dead. I do that, and Anna says, could it mean that's a ritual? I had a different take when I read that. My take was, is Jonathan right? Is it going to turn out that there were 112 snakes and they didn't all get killed, just most of them, and this person has killed off the rest of them to hide the fact that which ones they took? She says 112 snakes. All right, we're going to write that down because it was the zoologist where the snakes were sent. The carcasses were sent, and I wonder if it's going to turn out that there weren't 112 dead snakes. Maybe even some of those snakes were human snakes. Humans turned into snakes and someone rescued them. Let's go to the library, though. All right, so library is C23, and then we get to go to C23A for free. Okay, let's do it. See what we can find in C23 and C23A. Miss Sargent furrows her eyebrows and purses her lips. Ritual killings of snakes, maybe? That sort of information is scarce. She says. You don't respond. Instead, you run off to the bathroom and vomit. Delay. You may rest by advancing the time tracker 1 additional space forward, or you can press on, ignoring the sickness, and continue as normal. What's happening here? Are we getting close to the culprit? Is that why we're getting so poisoned and sick? What should we do? It's getting risky now. I guess we gotta rest, right? I mean, this is, we could probably pass it once more, but it feels like we better sit down and rest. So we're gonna mark that we're resting. I'm gonna mark that we're spending this time resting instead of getting sick again. And then we'll head into his office to rest. Proceed to supplemental encounters on page 101. Okay, so C23. Ritual killings of snakes. We got sick. Wow, that was just a wasted turn. However, we now get to read supplemental 101. Entry 1. Hopefully that won't make us additionally sick. A note is pinned to the office door. What? I do have something important to tell you. The culprit's trying to sicken us with his poison so we get discouraged. You can get poisoned by a mere touch. I'm immune to the poison mostly, but I dare say you are not. Keep up your rest if you find yourself getting sick. You discover a powder on your fingers. It was transferred from Armitage's doorknob. Your stomach knots in pain. Oh my gosh. Again? What on earth? I mean, what's happening here? The culprit's trying to sicken us with his poison so we get discouraged. I'm just trying to think, like, how are we supposed to be smart about this? We need to not go where the culprit is? Or is this telling us that the places we went, the culprit was not at? Like, how do we use this information? Because it's bringing our investigation to a quick halt if we're not careful. I'd love to find some cure for the poison, but clearly there is none, otherwise we would be asked about it. Well, I guess we're gonna... It feels like I don't like this part about how we're spending this entire game resting. Alright, I guess if we're supposed to play by the rules, we should be resting here too. No, I think we're gonna have to take our second bit of poison and not rest. But let's not get a third poison. So we've got 2 poison now, we're not resting. We don't have time to rest constantly. E23A poison. So he's trying to discourage us by poisoning us. We need to worry about the newspaper again. Is there anything for us to learn by where we've been poisoned? Let me just mark these other places. I wonder if putting on the map where we're poisoned would help us. So we're poisoned in the library. And then we were poisoned at Nordwell, which was N15. It's way up there. She told us go to the library or go to town hall. I'm very reluctant to go to town hall now. I'm very reluctant to go to the police too, for fear we'll get poisoned. We can't go to the zoologist yet. We could go to the police. We could go to the scene of the crime, the 11. And Tina says, the newspaper has an ad about painting that may connect with the Persian blue. Does it? It doesn't really. Well, here's what it says. Here was the thing that was brought up about painting. Models needed for painting and sculpture, travel required. Correspondence by phone in Chicago. So I don't think this guy is in our directory. RU Pickman. We have a Pickman, but it's a D Pickman. And it doesn't seem like it's there. But I mean, we could look up some paint shop, but he said they could be used for painting, but they could also be used to produce the poison. I mean, we could try to look if there's anything in a previous paper about poison or snake. Is there a cab records place? Could we get cab records? What about cab records and get cab records for people who have gone to the places where we got poisoned? What do you think about that idea? Cab records for people going to the places where we've been poisoned. What do you think about that idea? Let's try it. D34. Although every time we tried to go to an ally, we've gotten poisoned. But let's try this. Let's see if we can get lucky and use this to turn the tables on our poisoner. Arlo now drives some Ford Model A, only a couple years old, which he shows off to you. Let me just record this. So we didn't rest D34 cabs. All right. Have you seen anything interesting recently, Arlo? You ask. You're vague, not wanting to lead the conversation. You know, Seamus, he says. You're still not sure why he calls you that name. There's always something a little peculiar in Arkham. You dig what I mean? You respond more directly. Heard anything about Nordwell Zoo from your clients? Oh, that old place? Nah, nothing going on these days, except, hey, there is something interesting. Have you seen the latest dance craze? I saw a couple doing it last night. I picked up these two from a dance hall and they just couldn't stop dancing. They danced for the entire trip. They didn't say much, too busy grooving, I guess. I guess what they were, I called what they're doing the snake, on accounts of how they were hissing and slithering all over the seat. It was wild, man. Must be pretty hip if you can't stop dancing after leaving the party. I'm going to try it out tonight once I get off work. Harlow drops you off at your apartment and you warn him that he should steer clear of anyone he sees doing the snake. uh, hmm. Picked up two from a dance hall. Doing the snake, huh? Well, it was not what I hoped. I thought maybe we could catch a whiff of our killer traveling by cab and turn the tables on them. We didn't get that, but he's picked up two people doing the snake, dancing and hissing from a dance hall. Is that a lead we should follow? And it won't hurt us to look up dance hall, but I don't know. There's a school of dance. There's some theaters. There's a music hall, school of dance. Clubs. Let's look up clubs. Silver Twilight Lodge. They're doing some occult thing. They're in our directory. Stores. In the paper, dance hall, huh? Well, here's today's paper. Dinner. Wall Street. Innsmouth sighting. Fortune teller. Generic Halloween. Two Dead in Berlin. So here, a previous week's newspaper. We could look for a dance hall mentioned in some of these. Night Watchman at the library. Upton Park attack. I mean, it could very well be the dance school that they're talking about. Music hall. Here's a dance program, dance event, one of the most successful dance staged Tuesday evening by Arkham's Daughters of the American Revolution Society. Nausea. Can we go here and get this to cure ourselves? Screaming. Well, I'm not sure. It could be one of these things where it's a little bit of a bug in the game. John says the cab driver brought up the dancers after mentioning the zoo. Can you dance in a speakeasy? You could, I guess. School of Dance and the Speakeasy. And Jonathan says he mentioned it after bringing up the zoo. All right, let me just look up the zoo. Let me look up the cab ride again and see if he mentions it a little more carefully. He says, wait. Must be the wrong. Okay, have you seen anything interesting? He says, anything about the zoo? That old place, nothing going except, hey, there is something interesting. Have you seen? He does mention it when we talk about the zoo. Picked up these two from a dance hall. I mean, I can't tell if that's just a funny little joke or we're really supposed to find that dance hall. What's your gut tell you? Is this a little joke or is this something we're really supposed to track down? I guess I'm leaning towards the idea that the killer of the snakes is not the person, is not the snake followers. That the snake followers are attacking the killers. And so it almost feels to me like it's pointless for us to track down the believers of Yig because they're not the ones that did it. Is it possible that Martinez has jumped in. Is it possible that what's happened is the people who made the hydrogen cyanide are trying to find ways to kill the Yig people? That we have like two cults against each other? And that the reason they killed all these snakes is to test it on them? But then again, why bring them all into a pile? Why not just set it off and kill them? I want to make sure we don't spend all our time finding the killers of the poison creator, but not finding out who actually hired him originally. Where's our directory? I'd love to hear what you think about that dance craze, whether it's just a fun little thing or whether you think that we really do need to find that snake place. I also want to point out that we have a location for Armitage's home. I guess that's where we started the case. Like, he wasn't in his office. We could always consider going to his home. What about the fact that Pascal said, come back if you find requirement 2, and we never did get requirement 2 to ask him about? The Speakeasy is one of our ally places. Anna says, sounds to me like people are turning into snakes left and right, including us. We should find the cure ASAP, but not sure how. Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because look at this last entry, which I don't believe we've ever visited. Vincent Sutton, trauma surgeon, chief pathologist. Visit in case of injuries. Should we go there? Might he have an anti-venom? What do you think about that idea? What a strange case has got us thinking differently. Anna says go to Sutton. All right, let's try going and getting an anti-venom at C11. Let's see what happens. It's worth a try. This is terrible. I just saw what it said and it's terrible. Look at this. It's ridiculous. The front desk clerk motions you down a stairwell into a room where Dr. Sutton's conducting an autopsy. In the morgue, a strong scent lurks, barely masked by lye and antiseptic. Dr. Sutton waves you over to a table where a shadowy corpse lies under a cloth. Sorry about that. I was just finishing up with Mr. Drummond here. Dr. Sutton tells you, I've never seen anything quite like it. His anatomy is altered. I can't tell if it's organic or from self-mutilation. Do you know my good friend and retired professor of zoology, Dr. Luttrell? A good professor and I sometimes converse about biology, and I told him about the tumors I found on Mr. Drummond's brain, which extend into his nasal cavity. Luttrell became very curious. I let him briefly examine the body. He laughed and told me that if he didn't know any better, he'd say that they appear similar to growths in snakes' brains. something called Jacobson's organ. It probably doesn't help you, however. I heard the deceased was at Art's Billiards the night he died. I can definitely say his odd behavior had something to do with this tumor, or whatever it is. As soon as you exit the hospital, a wave of nausea causes you to veer to a park bench. You feel sick as if you have eaten bad food. You may rest by advancing the time tracker one additional space forward or press on, ignoring the sickness. We've been poisoned again. John says it's unclear to me if we skipped something by coming here. You mean about Mr. Drummond? I don't think we skipped anything. But why would the culprit come here? Yeah. I think maybe we're reading too much into this culprit. It's just he's just following us, poisoning us. Okay, but we've got to rest again because we've already got 2 poisons. We don't dare take a third. Okay, but he does tell us about Art's Billiards, where this guy got sick. This guy turning into a snake. And he tells us about Luttrell, professor of zoology. So we've lost another turn. It's now day 4. Day 4 was when we were allowed to go to the zoologist anyway. But now we've got a weird situation on our hands. So Luttrell was the one errata for this case. So he's at L5. But we also have him down at his pet store at M19. And if we tried to go there before day 4, it told us to come back. So it seems like there's 2 ways to get him. It's going to be the same person. And then let's look up Art's Billiards, where this guy got sick. But God, if we go there, surely we're going to get poisoned, aren't we? D15. All right, so we got some choices. We could go to Luttrell, the doctor of zoology who was investigating these snake things. We could go to him this way, or we could go to his pet shop where we tried to go earlier. Or we could go to the billiard place where this guy who's turning into a snake went. By the way, he mentions Jacobson's organs in the snake. I believe that's some organ for scent, like they open it up and the scents pass over it. And I believe cats have one too. If you ever see your cat, like on a rare occasion, it'll smell something and it'll sit there and open its mouth. I believe that's what it's doing. I believe it's sort of aerating its Jacobson's organ to detect scents. Can someone check during our break if that's true? But it's time to take a break. I want you to decide if you want to go to Art's Billiards, if you want to go to Luttrell the zoologist's home, or Luttrell the zoologist's pet store that we tried to go to before that we couldn't. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're trying to decide where to go next. The chat seems to think Anna says go to the zoologist pet shop we wanted to go to before. It is interesting that we got the pet shop information early, but then it wouldn't let us go there. And now we've finally gotten this guy's name. I'm worried that he's going to get us more poison. I do think we're going to have to go there, but I do think the other thing is that if it's true that the people who poison the snakes and the people who turn people into snakes are in different organizations, which we're not sure about, but maybe, then tracking down where this guy was before he got turned into a snake, he's part of the poisoners. I mean, he's part of the original killers of the snake, so I do think we need to track him down. But I'm willing to do the zoology professor first. We don't have that much time left. According to this, only 5 turns left, assuming we don't get poisoned, which we probably are. So you guys want to go to the pet shop version, huh? All right, well, let's try pet shop then. M19. Maybe if we went to his house, it would just send us to the pet shop anyway. Okay, let's try M19. If you arrive before the 4th day, the doors are locked. If you're read after day 4, which it is, you may continue. Dr. Vutrell is retired from the university. Now he and his wife operate a small pet store. As you open the front door of the pet store, the dogs inside bark too loud. You catch the coppery smell of blood, and a policeman grabs you from behind. Mickey Tull has a hand on his pistol. Don't go in there, he yells, but you've already stepped inside. Lying on the floor are the corpses of several mid-sized dogs, and seated in a chair behind a desk is an elderly woman. In the back of the room is Dr. Vutrell, still holding a dog in each of his oversized hands. The hands themselves are covered in blood with black decayed fingernails. Both dogs are injured and yipping in the hands of their deceased master. He's dead. The hands are covered in blood with black decayed fingernails. The dogs are injured, yelping in the hands of their master. An hour later, you're sitting on the porch steps with Mickey Tull. Tull's uniform is speckled in blood and his countenance is grim. I have a feeling these things will continue until we find out who killed those snakes. It's all related somehow. I don't know how or why. We found this on Vutrell's body, another officer interrupts, holding up an object that looks like a billy club, except it's carved with intricate motifs and painted with ornate designs. Several cured snake skins are tacked to it, as well as a fan of feathers of various brilliant colors. Tull says, I'm heading to talk to Garrison in just a few minutes. Also, if Armitage doesn't know what that thing is, perhaps Pascal will. Charged with a new sense of urgency, you leave the police to their crime scene and continue your investigation. Take requirement card 2. If you have pressed through 3 or more delays, then we're too sick to continue. Yikes, that's scary. Well, we didn't. We rested, so we've got 2, though. That's the second time we've said it. We've seen it asking us about 3 or more. So we get card 2. We've got 2 sickness, so we're going to stay with that. We're not going to let ourselves ever get a 3rd. So he's been killed. I don't know what this thing is here, but he's got the same thing that Pascal knew about. The fetish. I don't know why we're looking at this. So he's headed to Garrison for more information. And it's hinting that we should go to Pascal to find out about it. So if we take card 2 and we visit Pascal, we get that information. I think we're going to let ourselves go back to Pascal for free, should we? And check out this card. We found this on his body. these are the Yig followers, right? Jonathan says, do you think he was turning into a snake and going to eat those dogs, but then died? I really don't know. I can't tell if Luttrell was a follower of Yig. And he hasn't been, his head didn't explode. Black decayed fingernails. Hands are covered in blood. He's sitting in a chair. I can't tell if it's trying to tell us that Luttrell is a follower of Yig and the poisoners, the cyanide people, killed him, or if he's the victim of the followers of Yig. His hands are covered in blood. Both dogs are injured and yelping in the hands of their deceased master. I think we should let ourselves go to Pascal with card 2. So we get requirement 2. Now we're going to go back to Pascal. L4. This is where we play a little bit fast and loose with the requirements. So if you have 2, we read entry 2. So we're going to do that. We're going to read entry 2 now. So we're going back to Pascal and say, hey, we want to know what this thing is. Ah, yes, a fetish, Pascal says, taking the object and turning it over slowly in his hands. And for all intents, this does appear to be similar to the Yig fetish I showed you before. But alas, it is not exactly the same. See these markings here? The one I have is a protective device. Anyone thinking they're conducting the work of Yig will know the symbols on my fetish and believe I am the one favored by Yig. This one is different. I suspect, in fact, that its purpose is the exact opposite. It is a calling for destruction, and the bearer becomes a target. He thrusts the object at you, obviously not wishing to touch it anymore. Someone is no doubt putting fetishes like these in places to attract negative attention to the bearer. Unfortunately, it can be effective. They have been found before in Arkham, but only at one place that I'm aware of. Until now. You're not sure you want to know, but you ask him anyway. At the sanitarium, he answers. These have been known to show up there from time to time. Upon leaving Pascal's, you find a note at his front door. On the ground, it reads, "Cease your investigation or suffer his wrath." The letter has a white residue on it, making you ill. Delay. You may rest by advancing the time tracker one additional space forward, or you may press on, ignoring the sickness, and continue as normal. Well, so supplemental 2. Someone's following us. They've just poisoned us again. If we don't rest, we're going to have 3 poisons, which will be an instant game ending if we hit another one of those things. There's 2 fetishes. The one found on Luttrell. So Luttrell's fetish attracts punishment. It looks the same. It's a calling for destruction. The bearer becomes a target. Someone is putting fetishes like this in places to attract negative attention. And he says the only place he's seen these before is at the sanitarium. What was his story before the pet shop? This guy didn't. Anna says, why can't we just put on some gloves? This guy's just a zoologist who consults on biology stuff. Why is he being targeted? It's a good question. Well, I think we have to rest. I feel like this game's going to end before we have a real chance to solve this, but we have to rest, otherwise we risk an instant game ending. So, a question for you now is where to next? Do you want to go to the sanitarium or do you want to go to the billiard place? Or do you want to go to the dance hall? Which we don't really know where it is. Feels like every time we go to one of our allies, we get poisoned. Sanitarium is D1. And the billiards is D15. Was his wife the target? And we can go to his home. We haven't gone to his home yet, but probably the home is just going to send us to work, right? His his wife was there dead with him, or just him dead? Seated in a chair behind a desk is an elderly woman. Lying on the floor of the corpses, sitting in a chair behind the desk is an elderly woman. In the back room is the doctor. So it sounds like both the woman and the man are dead. John says, do you think they stole some snakes to make fetishes and killed the rest to cover the ones they stole? Why would they need to do that? Anna says, this zoologist wasn't a cultist. The killer put the ceremonial bat in his shop to attract negative attention, meaning the wrath of Yig. Yeah, that's kind of how I take it. So it may be that the biologist was involved in the cyanide process, and now he's being punished. So do we have a group of people being punished for the killing of these snakes? What if, like, the snakes were all killed as an accident of somehow? Like, I still like the idea that what you've got is two groups. One group has ended up killing these snakes and they're being tracked down and punished. And maybe if we go to the billiards, we'll get a lead on why they've killed the billiards guy. Actually, we were told the name of that guy. I didn't write it down. I think maybe we should have. The name of the guy that was dead. It's got that from C11. Mr. Drummond. So Mr. Drummond was punished, turned into a snake. They snakified Mr. Drummond. I feel like they're punishing all these people who ended up killing the snakes. So here's our Mr. Drummond, E28. And he just came from a billiard place. Jonathan says, and a zoologist was an occultist killer, put the ceremonial thing. Stealing a few snakes isn't so big a crime, but killing all 112 of them seems like more of a ritual to me, killing all the snakes. Jonathan says, I'm saying maybe the people killed the snakes to create these evil fetishes to take out the others. Killed the snake to create the weapons. Wow, that's a good idea. Because the fetish uses the snake skins on them, right? Let's read that again. Boy, Jonathan, that is really a good idea. I really like that. So let's read how he describes they're different. He says, normally the fetish is a protective device. I want to look at the descriptions of the two fetishes, because I do think one said it's full of snake skins, and maybe the other one didn't. Okay, it's not here that it's described. It was when we visited their house, when we visited their shop, which was M19. Okay, let's look at this. We found this on his body. Several cured snake skins are tacked to it. So when we went to Pascal's and he showed it to us, his had feathers, right? It's not exactly the same as mine. So I think Jonathan may have solved it. But Entine is saying, why would no one mention that the skin was missing? They're all in a pile. Maybe they took a bunch of them, skinned them, and left the rest so that no one would realize, this was Jonathan's early theory, that they've taken a bunch of them are missing. And now we're agreeing, you only need the snake skins, you need to kill lots of snakes. So maybe you're like, you've done this genocide of snakes, you take some of their snake skins, and you create these totems that you can use to kill people. And now they're going and killing people they don't like. Well, okay, this is a little bit wrong. I'm a little bit wrong about this. Fastened to the protective is dyed and painted snake skins. So this one, the protective Yig one, uses snake skins too. I thought maybe we were going to find out that his didn't need snake skins. Okay, but I like this idea. Although now that we think about Pascal's, I have a slight different twist. I was starting to think that we've got these people. I have a slightly different theory now. So I think I have a slightly different theory than Jonathan's, but riffing off it. Let me see if I can do this. I was thinking that our new theory was that these people are genocided the snakes in order to make these new fetishes that will attack people, and then they're using them to attack people. But now I'm thinking back to what Pascal said, and I'm thinking maybe not. Maybe what it is their earthly cultists think they're following Yig, and they thought they were trying to find a ritual to create protective fetishes. But in fact, they've messed up, and they've created the wrong kind of fetishes, and now the things are killing them. Because didn't Pascal, that's basically the case Pascal made to us, didn't he? He basically said, hey, these people think they're using one ritual, but they're getting it wrong. I think that's essentially what he said, that they're getting it wrong, and so they're accidentally making fetishes that are getting them killed now. Let's reread what Pascal said and see if that makes sense. So he's showing us the protective fetish. And then he says, Yig, the ancient snake god. He says, you know, there's some theories, He says, okay, let's see. He says, I've heard what happened to the snakes. Someone killed all those snakes deliberately, just as Yig is stirring in his slumber. However, the culprit may very well have misinterpreted the text. Is Yig interested in man's petty dealings? It may be that the attention has been drawn of lesser beings and of humans who worship Yig. It is not a purposeful act of Yig. So, is it that these people were, including Luttrell, was trying to make fetishes of protection from Yig, and instead they accidentally misinterpreted the text and have created these things that are attracting killers? That's the case. Can we go to the pet shop owner's house and find evidence tying him to the cult? Also, we have two kind of people. People are willing to turn into snakes, and people are turning into snakes against their will. I just think that now it may be accidental, that they've accidentally built fetishes that are getting them killed. All right, so let's think about where we can go. We have some tough choices to make here, given that we only have 3 official turns left. We can go to the sanitarium, where we're told, where Pascal tells us that he's seen other attract badness from Yig fetishes. We can go to Drummond's house, the guy who got turned into a snake and killed. We can go to the billiards place where Drummond was before he got killed. We could try to go to the Luttrell's house. We could try to find the dance hall where the snake people were. All right, so there's a bunch of places. Where does the chat want to go? Why don't you vote? Say where you want to go. You can go to Luttrell's house. You can go to the sanitarium. You can go to Drummond's house. The guy got turned into a snake and got killed. You could go to the billiard shop where Drummond was. We could try to find a dance hall. Let me mark where their place was. We just went to their business, which was M19. Feels like we have not used the newspaper. That troubles me. That really troubles me. Okay, and where did I put these stickers? Anna wants to go to Drummond's house. Jonathan says Luttrell's house or Drummond's house. We want to find a cult member with their meeting information. All right, well, it sounds like of the two, there's a shared one, which is Drummond's house. So we're going to go to Drummond's house, E28. It's worse than you think. Alan Drummond's small bungalow lies on Noyes Street near Independence Square and the traveling zoo where Drummond worked. Oh, he worked at the zoo. His house is cordoned off, but you have Inspector Garrison's permission to enter. By the way, let me just show you this. Inside, you get the impression that Alan Drummond led a simple, perhaps lonely life. Two things pique your interest. The first are the sheets on Drummond's bed. They're twisted, pulled away from the mattress, and stained yellow. Drummond slept restless each night, it would seem. You find an item in the wash basin of Drummond's bathroom. It looks like a club that a British policeman might carry, except that it's carved and painted with a number of intricate designs and symbols. Has a colorful array of feathers hanging from it. You slip it into a satchel and resolve to show it to someone later, Pascal or Armitage, who could tell you exactly what it is. Yeah, we've already got this card. And now we've gotten sick again. E28. I guess we're not going to rest, because if we rest, we get one more action, right? We're only allowed 2 more turns. If we rest, then we get one more action. We might as well push our luck with 3 poisons. In fact, maybe we shouldn't have even rested here. So we might as well push our luck if we get something that says end the game. So we found another person with another thing. I do think that what we've got here is a group of followers who thought they were making protections from Yig by killing these snakes, and in reality they've made themselves the targets of Yig because they've misunderstood how Yig works. So we're allowed 2 more actions, and if the question is about our informants, here's our list of informants. So we haven't gone to the sanitarium yet, where these other things have been seen. We haven't been to Armitage's home. We haven't been to the Gossip Hound. We haven't been to the Star Reporter. We haven't been to the diner. We haven't been to the forensic expert. We haven't been to the history expert. We haven't been to Garrison Morris, the police. We haven't been to the Order of Silver Twilight. We have been to the library. We haven't been to the speakeasy, which could be the dance hall. We haven't been to the town hall. We did go to this person. I do think that we didn't go to the billiards, but remember the billiards is Drummond's, where Drummond was last seen, and we've just been to Drummond's house. So I'm not sure it makes sense for us to waste more time on Drummond. We do have a working theory now, right? Our working theory is that a bunch of people were involved in killing these snakes. Like this guy, Drummond, he worked for the circus or just for the day. I think he was involved in letting the people into their cages to kill the snakes. And I think that what we've got is a bunch of people in a local cult group thinking they're making these, they have a ritual to make these Yig protection sticks fetishes, but they really made sticks to anger Yig by accident. And so I think we're still dealing with sort of 2 groups. We're dealing with the true Yig believer, knowledgeable cultists, and the wannabe cultists that have accidentally made the wrong thing, and then the true ones have killed off the wannabes. And the wannabes include the warehouse guy who made the poison, Dr. Rutrell, the retired zoologist, Drummond, who helped them sneak into the circus. And I think maybe the speakeasy and dance hall are where the true followers of Yig might be. And those are the people who are poisoning us. That's my attempt to answer Jonathan's question. Who's trying to poison us? I think it's the true Yig followers that are trying to poison us. Why does there have to be any true ones if they want to be accidentally made the wrong ones? It's true. I'm just assuming that that it's not actually the god Yig who's killing these people off, but rather that maybe the true followers of Yig are hunting them down. And are also poisoning us. And that the people dancing to the snake are part of the true cult. But I could be wrong. They could all be part of one group. They could be all part of one group and they don't want us investigating them. Or there could be 2 groups. But if that is the question, then we might ask ourselves, where should we go? Then maybe we should try to find the dance hall. Anna says, it must be the god Yig. That's why they turn into snakes. I guess I want to make the case that we might go to this. Well, what questions do we have? We've got 2 more turns, potentially, maybe even 1. Where would we go? What questions do we still have that we have a best shot at answering? Let's think of the places we could go. We could try to find the dance hall, which might have the advantage of if it's not meant to be found, then there'll be no entries and we won't have to pay time. We could go to Luttrell's house, but I don't feel like that's going to give us anything. We already know he's probably involved in this. That's why he got killed. We could go to the scene of the crime. I don't think that's going to be useful to us. We could go to the billiards place. We might find there some witness that saw someone else following Drummond and giving him some poison. We could go to the sanitarium. Jonathan says it could be that that's where the true followers of Yig are. We could go to Armitage in his office. We'll probably get poisoned. And Tina says, did Drummond kill the snake? He did work there. It would make sense that he would get in there and do it. But I think he must have been working with all these people. And it says, real followers could also use magic to turn people into snakes and punish them this way. That sort of was my guess, but I guess either way is okay. So it seems to me, though, maybe our best shot is either sanitarium or trying to find the dance hall, if it is findable, if we think we can try to catch the real followers of Yig. What do you think? Anna says we should go to the sanitarium. Okay, let's go to the sanitarium. Let's see what happens. Hopefully, we won't get an instant death. D1 is the sanitarium. Maybe that's their headquarters. Remember, we're poisoned 3 times, so if we get something that says we're sick, we gotta leave. All right, here we go. Following on a hunch that someone may have recently escaped the locked ward of the sanitarium, you find yourself speaking with a nurse in the front hall. Moans are heard in the distance. The sanitarium evokes a history of horror that chills you to your bones. The nurse tells you that no one has escaped the locked ward in the past year. This, however, lends you little comfort. Do you have any inmates that are going on about, well, snakes? The nurse looks at you coldly. Well, we do have one inmate. I suppose you can see him. He's never given us any trouble. Follow her down a hall where you're introduced to a clean-cut man who is enjoying a game of cards in a recreational room. The man responds to your questions, but he soon breaks his calm demeanor. Yig is coming very soon, he tells you. He has been awakened to bring destruction to this world. He will bring a new world order. Do you understand? His eyes are fixed on yours, intense. Without warning, he erupts, standing out of his chair, screaming a few inches from your nose. Yig is coming! 2 orderlies escort you out. This is just feels like flavor. I mean, it's basically what Pascal said, that Yig is coming soon, and people are getting all freaked out about it, and it's making them try to create protections, etc. But this does not help us. This just lends weight to what Pascal said, that Yig is coming soon, and it's making people crazy. And Tina has an alternate theory. And Tina says, I think the snakes were not killed for their skin. What do you think then, Antina? If they weren't killed for their skin, do you still think they were killed as part of a ritual that went wrong to create protection fetishes, but really created the others? I'm inclined to try to go to the school of dance and see if it's the dance hall. But I wonder if they could be talking about the music hall. Is it possible we're missing something in the newspaper? It's very troublesome that there's nothing else in the newspaper. Locksmith. Maybe the locksmith will tell us how they got into the snake cages. Krieg's locksmith in the merchant district. There is an entry for Krieg's locksmith. Do you think? I don't think there's any reason for us to go there. I think if we go there, what we're just going to find is, the luckiest we get is we're going to get the name of the person or find that guy's dead. It's not going to help us solve the problem. And Tina says, I think the snakes were not killed for their skin. We're told that Yig doesn't strike without provocation. They killed the snakes in order purposely to make Yig vengeful. They have placed the fetishes and then killed the snake for Yig to attack the people that had the fetishes. Maybe there's a side case in the newspaper. Okay, so it seems to me, this is how I like to attack these things. Figure out what question we have to resolve and then figure out where to go to resolve it. It seems to me we've got 2 competing theories. Theory 1 is the theory that someone has done a ritual on the snakes thinking they were making protective fetishes. And it's backfired, and those people are now finding themselves killed by Yig or Yig's true believers because they've fashioned fetishes, and the fetishes are attracting attacks because, as Pascal said it, they misunderstood the ritual. That's theory 1. Theory 2 is Antina's theory, which was originally my theory. That theory is that someone has purposefully created these attack fetishes. They haven't misunderstood anything. They've purposely created these bats, these sticks, that will draw the attention of Yig to attack people. They've created them, and then they've planted them on their enemies. Am I right that those are the two competing theories that we have currently? Are those our best two theories? If you believe it's the former, that they are getting the ritual wrong and now they're being killed, then the only question you might have is, who's the group of people who organized this snake genocide and being killed? And I think because they're being killed, you know it's the warehouse guy, it's Luttrell, the zoologist, it's Drummond, the guy who worked in the zoo. If you believe it's the other case, then you have to ask yourself, who did the ritual and why have they planted these death fetishes on Luttrell, the zoologist, Drummond, the temporary worker at the zoo, and so let's see if I'm right about those two theories. Anna says, we have those theories. They both sound good, but we need more info to know which is the right one. And Tina says, if they were going to make protective pieces, didn't they know that killing snakes was against the general Yig vibe? I think that's a valid question, but if they're sort of insane and they know that Yig is the god of snakes and they don't really know what they're doing, maybe they don't realize that. So I guess what the next step, though, is to ask, if those are our two competing theories, where would we go to resolve in favor of one or the other? What could we have answered for us that would resolve one in favor of the other? If it's the mistaken ritual that's done wrong, then we don't have to figure out who killed the snakes because we have our answer. If it's the other theory that these people are being killed by a group that created on purpose these attack fetishes, then it seems we have two additional questions that we have no clue about. One is, who actually did the ritual to create the attack fetishes? And two, why are they targeting these people? And I guess I want to suggest to you why that seems implausible to me even more. The people who are being killed in possession of these attack fetishes are being killed by Yig or Yig supporters. So those people wouldn't have killed all these snakes. So if you go with that theory that these fetishes were made on purpose and planted on people that you want to kill, why these three people? And furthermore, the reason that doesn't make sense is that we know one of the, hold on, stop for a second. This is important. We don't know why Luttrell the zoologist was killed. We don't know why Drummond was killed. We know he worked at the circus, so that's a clue. But The warehouse guy, we sort of do know why he was killed. He made the cyanide that killed the snakes. So that's a problem for theory number 2, right? Because then you're saying the same person who helped make the ritual of the attack fetishes is now killed by them. That suggests to me that the theory 2 can't be right. Because theory 2 depends on there being 3 groups. The Yig, who are doing the killing, turning people into snakes. The group that's knowingly creating, very cleverly, these attack fetishes. And then the third group are the victims that the smart attackers are planting the fetishes on. But the warehouse death goes against that. The warehouse death is the person who helped make the ritual is being killed, instead of that being 2 different groups. And then Antina and Anna have some objections to that. Antina says, yeah, but he didn't have a fetish. Well, it's true. He didn't have a fetish, or the person took it with that. Someone took it with them after they killed him, or he burned it in the fire when he realized what it was, but it was too late. Anna says, unless the killer wanted to silence the person who sold him the poison. Yes, but if the killer wanted to silence the person who sold him the poison so he couldn't identify them, that's fine. But that person wouldn't be able to turn him into a snake unless it was a Yig supporter that killed him. And the Yig supporter wouldn't have hired him to kill all the snakes. So that doesn't work. You can't posit that the person who orchestrated the snake genocide wanted to silence the person who made them the chemical by turning him into a snake, because that would mean the person who hired them to genocide the snakes was Yig, or a true Yig believer. So that doesn't work. Doesn't it make much more sense that the guy who helped genocide the snakes were killed by Yig or Yig supporters, and either his fetish got burned up or got retrieved? And it says, go and purchase a time machine and start at die one. No, we can't do that. We're going to stick by our rules. But where do you want? You have 2 places potentially to go to help resolve this issue. What are the questions you'd like to have answered? If you believe, as I do, that it was a mistaken ritual that they got wrong, then you might try going to Armitage, who's taking care of the Necronomicon, to see what he would have to say. Or you might go to the Speakeasy. Or we might go to try to find the dance hall to see if we can't find Yig people. What I'd love to find is evidence that these people who are dead were part of a splinter Yig group. And Tina says, could the fetishes just be planted? Well, that's your theory too. Theory number 2 is that they're being planted in order to attract death. It's just I don't, and that they were created. I just don't, it doesn't make sense to me. It seems much more likely to me that the people dead are part of a splinter group. So Is the speakeasy the place where... Where's the rules about these things? In the rules, we're told about a little more about our allies. I want to see what it says more about the speakeasy. The speakeasy can be a valuable location to visit as a common if secret gathering place for all types. If someone is bound to have heard something, plus they drink. So if my theory is right, what we're looking for is proof that our dead people were Splinter Yig amateurs who got in over their head. And the man in the morgue came from the billiards place, yes. If the second theory is right, we still have our... If the second theory is right, we're in a lot of trouble because we haven't found the culprit yet. I wonder if it's going to turn out that Miss Nordwell is our Yig queen. She's got the snakes. Our first poison was at... Hold on a second. Our first poison was at her house, right? And then... Are the other poisons where she suggested we go? Our first poisoning was at her house. She told us, go to the library, the police, or the town hall. The library. Then we went to the library and got poisoned. We got poisoned outside her house. Then we got poisoned going to the library. Then we got poisoned going to Trell's place. She didn't mention him, but... And we got poisoned again at Armitage's office. Have we gone to all the places we were told in the introduction? No, we haven't gone to the police. That's the only place. The only place we haven't gone in the beginning is the police informant. And someone with broad knowledge, whatever that means. Folklore might tell us about the snakes, but I think we understand that enough. All right, we spent a long time talking about this. It's time for a break. I feel like we spent an hour just talking. So here's what we're going to do. We've only got one turn left. We're going to take a break. I want everyone to think about where you want to go. The newspaper Jonathan suggested could be a good lead. What newspaper? You mean going to the Arkham Advertiser and find out who put that in the ad? We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and we're going to do our last lead. So give some thought about where you want to go. We've got choices. We can try to go to the scene of the crime. We can try to go to one more of our allies. We could go to the police. Give it some thought. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're doing our thing we do here, which is we're really thinking hard and taking seriously this decision of where to go next. I did want to point one more thing out. In the introduction to this case, we're introduced to Luttrell by Armitage, and I want to read you what he says. He says, you may gain something if you talk to Garrison, the police officer. So that could be a valid place to go. He says, also, the snake carcasses were sent to a zoologist, I believe. Find out where we can find this man. I believe he runs a pet store. Is it possible that he's the kingpin of this whole thing? And the reason why, like, we don't see them skinned is because he knows he's going to get them? That he's sort of arranged. Like, why are the carcasses going to him? He's not a medical examiner. Is he not the head of this botched organization? This botched amateur cult? And the carcasses were sent to him where he skinned them and made these fetishes? Somehow he's orchestrated that he's going to get them. Like he's stepped in and said, hey, I'll take these dead snakes off your hands. Okay. But the real thing we have to do is decide where we're going to go for our last place. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to play by the rules, relatively speaking. We're going to go to one more place. Then we're going to read the questions. And then if we can't answer the questions, we'll think about going back out. So Anna has said that she wants to go to the billiard place. Anna says, I can't shake the feeling we didn't see a big chunk of this case. Well, I do not disagree with you. I do not disagree with you. It feels like we haven't seen a big chunk as well, but it feels like that's what the case was designed to do. So I can't really, I think we have to try to stick with the spirit of the case if we're going to critique it. So we could go to the billiard place. We could go to Garrison, the police officer. We could go to any of our other allies, including the secret speakeasy. We could try to find the dance place. Wow, 3 votes for billiards. I guess we're going to billiards. All right, billiards it is. Who am I to go against 3 votes? I mean, if I had felt strongly, I do kind of want to go to the dance hall to see if we can't find the real Yig people. But if we're given a choice about that, we could go there. Second place, Antina says police. All right, we're going to go billiards, though. That's D15. Maybe the billiards is the snake headquarters, though. I don't think so. I think he was just hanging out at the billiards place, but maybe if he was poisoned by Yig people, then maybe we'll catch whiff of them at the billiards place. All right, D15, here we go. It's a long entry, so that's a good sign. Okay. Arts Billiards is usually a busy, bustling place. During the day, professional billiards players hunch over the tables preparing for tournaments. The after-work crowd is rowdier. However, today, Arts is only at half capacity and the uneasiness in the place is palpable. Art is a squat, hairy man who perpetually sucks on a stinky cigar. When he comes out to meet you, he brings with him a tall, lanky man in overalls and a newsboy's cap, as well as a female waitress. Art introduces the two who are accompanying him, a hustler who calls himself Bishba, and one of the billiard hall employees, Lisa. Both of them work here when Drummond showed up. Art says Lisa is the only worker who didn't quit. And Bisba is my only regular who's come in since. What a jerk, that Drummond. Could have run me out of business. Interesting. You sit all three down and they've given you an outline of the events. Art was in the back room. Lisa was in front serving food and drinks. Bisba was liberating money from a few Harvard kids. Drummond came in the front door, slamming it open. Lisa and Bisba both immediately recognized him, and not just because of his jumpsuit and the label on it. Alan Drummond was a good friend of Bisba. Sounds like he worked in the warehouse. Jumpsuit and the label on it with his name is what it's saying. There was something about him, or maybe he worked at the zoo, which made me feel uneasy, like it wasn't Alan at all, but it looked just like him. While patrons and staff fled, Lisa fetched Art, and Bisba stepped forward to confront his friend. Alan flung him aside as if he didn't realize Bisba. That's strength, Bisba tells you. It was like nothing else. Turned the place clam bake. He threw chairs and smashed tables. I'm lucky I got off with just a couple bruises. We're all lucky I was the one who took the biggest hit, except of course for the Carthy kid. Who's Carthy and what happened to him? Well, he was hell-bent on Will Carthy, no doubt, Lisa interrupts. He came in, tossed Bisba, and then went right for Will. You ask them if they've told Inspector Garrison about how Drummond focused on Carthy, and they all shake their heads. No, Art explains, I don't think we had a chance. It just didn't jibe, and we were dazed for so long after the incident. I still don't know what to think. He also bit Will on the shoulder. I swear I saw that, and he lifted a pool table over his head. We all saw that. I still can't believe it. They finish by telling you how Alan Drummond came to be standing over Will Carthy with a very heavy pool table held over his head, a table which, had it come down on Carthy, would have probably killed him. Fortunately, though, at that moment, Officer James Jimmy Blanchard entered, pistol in hand. He called out, and when Drummond turned to face him, still holding the table aloft, Blanchard took his shot, putting bullets into his chest and head. You thanked the three of them for their help and whispered to Art, I sure could use a drink, however illegal it might be. Suddenly, however, your stomach roils. You're not feeling well. Delay. You rest by advancing the time tracker one additional space forward, or you may press on, ignoring the sickness, and continue as normal. Drummond worked with the surface, is true. Okay, so why was he trying to kill Will Carthy? We don't know, but our time has run out. First of all, he's been turned into a snake creature. But does that mean... I think that's right. So we thought Drummond... We thought Drummond might be one of the people being killed for his involvement killing the snakes. But now it's looking like Drummond is a snake person, which leads us more to believe that our woman, Nordwell, is the snake person, the real snake people. And that it must be Will Carthy who was involved in murdering the snakes. Is it right that there was no fetish found on Drummond? That's right, isn't it? Trauma surgeon was C11. Let's just read this again. He's working on Drummond. His anatomy is altered. Yeah, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have the fetish that makes the snakes attack him. He is the snake. I thought there was a fetish at his house. You know what? I think you're right, but I think it was the good fetish. I think you're right. I think there was a fetish at his house, but now that I think about it, I think it might have been the good fetish. Let's check that out. E28. I think you might be right now. Okay, yeah, look at this. His bed sheets are twisted as if he slept restless each night. You find an item in the waste basin. It's painted, colorful array of feathers. Take requirement card 2. I was going to say this is the protective one. But if so, that's a problem because when we visit Pascal with number 2, he says a fetish, but it's not like mine. Mine is the protective one, and this one isn't. That's, you know, only Pascal has a protective one. That's very strange. I thought for sure that we had now figured out Drummond was a real Yig guy. Well, I still think our best guess would have to be that Will Carthy is also involved in the killing of the snakes. All right, we have to go to read the questions because we've run out of time. And we can look back at more of these or even go back into the field after the questions. But if we cheat too much, we will have lost the whole spirit of the thing. So let us go to questions. John says, maybe Will Carthy was the leader of the botched cult. It's certainly possible. Let us read our questions here. What is the name of the man who attacked the patrons at Art's Billiards? We know that. We know that that's Drummond. Okay. That's a very... Okay. I mean, that doesn't require us to figure anything out. That just requires that we happen to go there. What is the name of the snake's killer? That's a little ambiguous. I mean, we know who made the poison. Would we have to guess it was Will? Just because we don't know? All right. Let's look at the rest of the questions. Who manufactured the poison to kill the snake? All right, we know the name of that. That's Mike. What's his name? Mike Damon. To what sinister purpose were the snakes killed? Well, this is our debate. Were they to create purposefully the attack fetishes, or were they to by mistake? What is the purposes of the fetishes you have found around Arkham? Now it's sounding like they're attack fetishes rather than accidentals. What are the names of the 2 people Miss Nordwell named as possible suspects? All right, well, I've written them down. We didn't really investigate them. What kind of poison killed the snakes? We learned that. To which organization does Will Carthy likely belong? Name as many of the 4 ingredients used in manufacturing the poison as you can. That's just what that guy told us about the ammonia, the paint stuff. That feels like if you go to that place, you know that. If not, you don't. What eventually happened to Officer Jimmy Blanchard? We don't know. That's the guy that shot him, right? How is Pascal's fetish different from the others? Okay, we know that. According to Arlo, the cab driver, what is the name of the latest dance craze? All right, well, we know that's the snake. So those are our 12. So I think what we should do is let us go visit Will Carthy, this person we just learned about, and see if we that helps us. So we're going to go back out into the field. I've got lots of complaints about these questions, but let's just put that on hold for a second. Will Carthy is N75. Let's go there. There are so many things we didn't see. Here's Will Carthy. This is the person we just found out about that we just ran out of time. Will Carthy lives in a relatively isolated white frame house toward the end of Bennett's Lane. All the houses out this way are darkened and quiet, and Carthy's house, along with those of his neighbors, overlooks the dark, lush silence of Northside Park. You can hear the lapping waves from the Miskatonic River, which runs its course at the far end of the lane. You knock on Carthy's front door and hear the sound of someone shuffling around inside. Who is it? A male voice calls. At first you think he'll hide or just tell you to go away, but then the locks and chains on the door rattle and it swings open. A young, well-dressed handsome man greets you with a hesitant smile. In the room behind him you see a sparse but comfortable sitting room lit by candles. You notice all the curtains in the house are drawn. He does not invite you in. Instead, he makes a little bow and says, "Please give my regards to Mr. Art, and tell him I'll be back to have dinner and a game sometime later in the week. You understand I'm reluctant to revisit a place where I very likely could have been killed. Also, if you see him, tell Officer Blanchard I said thank you. He saved my life." When questioned regarding his relationship to Alan Drummond, Carthy pauses thoughtfully and stares off into the distance. Didn't know him. I have no idea why he was picking me, unless it was about Amelia Pickard. You press Carthy, and he indicates that he'd seen Alan Drummond at a distance, flirting heavily with a debutante named Amelia Pickard, who worked part-time at Arts. There was only the one time I saw him, but once was enough, and then a week or so ago I escorted Miss Pickard back to her home, which is not far from here. It was late, and my intentions were honorable. Nothing transpired between us. And her father, Mr. Pickard, thanked me for my courtesy. I didn't see Mr. Drummond at Arts that night, but perhaps he caught wind of my deed. Finally, you bid him goodbye, and he looks relieved. He shakes your hand, then steps back into his house and waves farewell. When he does this, a silver medallion slips out of his vest. Dangling on his chest for a moment, he frowns and shoves it back under his garments and shuts the door. Then, as you're heading back down Bennett's Lane toward Arkham proper, you catch a whiff of an odd scent, one that smells distinctly like some sort of unripened nut or rancid bean. The scent is located on your fingers from the same hand that shook hands with Will Carthy. Take requirement card 4. 4. You see a man outside Carthy's home watching it. When he sees you leave, he takes off running, but it's too late. Small totem or fetish is on the ground, and it's a warning, and you begin to feel nauseous. Silver medallion. Well, there is in our allies. Where are they? The Silver Twilight, the Order of the Silver Twilight. And now we're meant to take requirement card 4, which we never saw anyone ask for. I guess we're meant to go to the Silver Twilight. Shall we allow ourselves one more turn to go to the Silver Twilight, even though we're completely poisoned out? That was the drawing of the pendant that was on a different page for no reason. All right, the only question is, should we allow ourselves to go to the Silver Twilight? I guess we're going to allow ourselves to go to the Silver Twilight. Then for real, we got to answer the questions. Because we're beyond what the game wanted us to do. All right, so we're going to go on our last thing to L18. For real, this is going to be our last one, though. You find Sebastian Lyman pleasant today. William Carthy, yes, he is a member of the Silver Twilight's elite, much higher rank than I am, and is therefore privy to things I know very little about. He is cutthroat and bloodthirsty. I wouldn't cross him. And Tina says, if we wouldn't have one more turn, what about the police officer? No, this is surely where we're going. If you have requirement card 4, go to entry 4. Let's do that. And there's, I guess, what he was wearing. I don't know why it's here. Okay, entry 4. Here we go. The moment you describe Carthy's medallion to Sebastian Lyman, he laughs a full, throaty, hearty laugh that makes the tips of his waxed mustache bounce. Then he reaches inside his shirt and pulls out a silver medallion. It looks like a replica of the one Carthy wore. Oh, we all have one, Lyman says. We don't always wear them, and they don't always work. But once you've dedicated yourself to the lodge and proven your worth to it, you are told to wear this at all times. Okay. Well, it's a cult. That's all we know about the Silver Lodge. So, I don't know what to tell you. We know the answer to some more of the questions about Will Carthy, but the guy who turned into the snake was trying to kill him. Does that mean Will Carthy is the guy who arranged all this? Some seems to go against a little bit against our accidental theory. And in fact, this is making me think it was accidental too. Like, what is the purpose of them? Now it feels like it wasn't an accident after all. But I still think that's the most likely. All right, so if you look at these questions, it's question 2 that we're not sure how to answer. Question 4, I think we are saying that they were to make fetishes, but there's some debate about whether they were purposely making the attack fetishes. I guess 5 is to get attacked by Yig. The name of the 2 people we have written down. We know this. We know this. We know this. We don't know 10, but we're not going to have an answer to 10. Probably he's going to get turned into a snake and killed by Yig's group. Or, I don't know now. Okay, so So the question the group has to answer is number 2 and number 4, I guess. And Tina says that the purpose of the fetishes are to provoke yig, not... I see. And Tina is saying that the snake killing was just to provoke yig and had nothing to do with making fetishes. But then why? Why are you trying to provoke yig? For what possible reason? So everyone should be trying to answer question 2 and 4. 2 and 4, I guess. So, and Tina, am I understanding your theory that your theory is our old theory number 1, that someone planted the attack fetishes on people and then just made Yig angry so that he would go attack the people? Which is what Anna's saying. So you plant the fetishes on people, and then you provoke Yig by killing snakes, and then let him come back and kill people who are walking around with the attack fetishes. But then, what's your theory of why he wanted those people killed? Why does he want the zoologist killed, the warehouse guy killed, and Drummond killed? Or does he want Drummond killed? Is Drummond one of the true Yig's believers who was trying to kill Carthy? That's very confusing to me. So, what's your theory of the name of the snake's killer? I think it's got to be Carthy has to be the killer, right? What's the question about Carthy? What organization does he belong? Okay. So I guess my theory is going to be this. My theory is that Will Carthy wants to protect himself from everything. He's joined the Silver Lodge. He's high up on the Silver Lodge. He's got a protective amulet, and he wants protection from Yig because Yig is coming soon. So he hires these people. He hires the guy who works at the zoo, Drummond. He hires the zoologist, and he hires the warehouse guy to make poisons and kill the snakes in order to make Yig protection fetishes. And it all goes wrong. And when it goes wrong, the warehouse guy gets killed, the zoologist gets killed, and Drummond is about to get killed and turned into a snake and tries to get revenge on Carthy, who hired him. And that still is my original theory that, or not my theory, the theory is that they thought they were making protection amulets. That Will Carthy hired this group including the zoologist who thought he knew how to make the protection fetishes, the warehouse guy who made the poison, and Ed Drummond who knew how to get in and get the snakes out. And it was all a hired operation by Will Carthy to create protective fetishes, and it all went wrong. That's my theory. So for those who disagree, it sounds like no matter what, we're all thinking that it's Will Carthy who arranged this. But, and Tina, your theory is that he's done this in order that the purpose of killing the snakes was just to anger Yig, and that the attack fetishes were made separately, given out separately. Could it actually have been that here's another split the baby solution? Will Carthy is high up on the Silver Lodge. He knows how to make the proper fetishes. He hires these three, Drummond, the zoologist. He tells them, we're going to kill these snakes and I'm going to make everyone a defensive fetish. He gets the ingredients. He makes himself a protective fetish. And he makes the rest of them purposefully attack fetishes to kill off his partners. How's that? That's a sort of intermediate answer. So then the theory is not that they made them by mistake, but that Will Carthy knows what he's doing. But the rest of them are too amateur. They think they're getting a protective amulet, but really they're just going to get killed off. What do you think about that? Jonathan was with my original thing and says the only thing that was protecting Will Carthy was his silver amulet. Now I'm wondering if he didn't all along know how to make the protective fetish and he's just keeping that secret. All right, so have we now at least got an answer to both theories? Like, is our answer to Antina's original theory that Will Carthy knew what he was doing, hired these people, but see, I'm adding the extra ingredient that we needed, like why? And what I'm trying to add here now is that Will needed those snakes killed in order to make the real defensive fetish. But once he made his real one, he gave fake ones to the rest of them. Or, and Tina and Anna, do you think there's a different reason why he wanted these people killed? And that it didn't have anything to do with making a real fetish? And Tina says Carthy doesn't have a fetish. Then why did he do it? Why did he want these people killed then, if that's your theory? If you're not on board with my proposed story, why did he want these people killed? And Tina says, I think it has something to do with the lodge. You think he's just after Yig people? That's what Antina says. Okay, that's a reasonable theory, although we've not heard anything about it. The cultists are after each other. Okay, so Antina does have a complete theory. The complete theory is that he wants the true believers of Yig to die. But Antina, if that's true, and the zoologists are true believers, why do they have fake fetishes in their pockets that draw the wrath of Yig? If they're real true believers, shouldn't they have real protective fetishes? Why would they have fake fetishes? This is going to be very interesting to see this solution and talk about. I mean, I have a lot of complaints about these questions, but okay, are we ready to read the answers? Is the chat ready to read the answers? Let's see what these stats show. What have we got here? Interesting stats. Okay, it looks like we're ready. Okay, I think we're ready. The fetishes were planted. Maybe they didn't even know they were there. Wasn't one of them like in his pocket? In the guy's pocket? All right, we're ready though. We're going to see what the solution tells us. Mark this. Let's read the solution. Here we go. So we've got answers and then solution. Shall we read the solution first and then look at the answers? Let's do it. Let's read the solution first, then we'll look at our answers. Inspector Garrison has arrested Will Carthy for the killing of Miss Nordwill's snakes, Armitage says when you meet him in his office to compare notes on this latest investigation. No doubt that with the aid from his friends at the Order of the Silver Twilight, he'll be back on the streets within the year. You notice that Armitage has a protective fetish like Pascal's now. It rests on one of his shelves in front of a row of leather-bound books. You're not going to touch that thing. It might still have poison on it. The best we can hope for, he says, is that you've put a scare into Carthy. We've let him and his colleagues at the Order of Silver Twilight know that we're onto them. We can't prove it, of course, that Carthy was deliberately attempting to provoke the snake god Yig's wrath. But we certainly suspected, and they know we suspected. We still don't know exactly why they were trying to turn Yig's eyes to Arkham, but they were. And knowing that gives us some advantage. Of course, all the knowledge in the world won't bring back poor Alan Drummond and his rampage at Arts Billiards, as well as his consequently being shot dead by poor Officer Jimmy Blanchard, will no doubt make front-page news. In fact, I'm sure Donnie Clark will come up with a clever headline or two about humans turning into snakes. Though I doubt Clark will be able to discover what we know, that the fetishes were being planted on the victims. That was Antina's theory. Sounds like Antina has gotten MVP today. Something bothers me still that we seem to be talking around. It would seem that the poisons were causing everyone to act so strangely. Blanchard took his own life, but I saw some things that can't readily be explained unless there was a higher power involved. Ah, yes. Well, there are things we won't understand, and there may be others involved in this sinister plot. But they did not leave evidence behind. One day, however, we will be on their trail. As for the poison, well, my guess is Mike Damon won't be manufacturing hydrogen cyanide for anyone. Garrison seized Damon's property and confiscated all the ingredients. He told me in confidence they found other possible ingredients for other poisons, some mild and others of no composition that can be identified. Damon derived chemical formulations from forbidden books, I'm sure. The downside to all this, Armitage says, shaking his head, is that Miss Nordwell has decided to pull up her stakes and move on and never return. Who can blame her? She suffered a loss that, though it pales in comparison to the loss Drummond and the others suffered, is devastating. And wherever she goes, she's sure to be happier and safer than if she lingered here in Arkham. Okay, that's the full solution. Now let's look at the answers before we start complaining, before we start grousing. Okay, who attacked the patrons? Drummond. What's the name of the snake's killer? Will Carthy. Who manufactured the poison? Mike Damon. To what sinister purpose were the snakes killed? To provoke Yig's wrath or awaken him? Okay, so, and Tina was right. It wasn't to make fetishes. It was just to provoke Yig's wrath. What's the purpose of the fetishes? To bring attention and destruction on the bearer. What are the names of the two people? Miss Nordwell named. We know that. What poison? We knew that. What organization does he belong? We knew that. Name as many of the ingredients. Prussian blue, apricots, ammonia, phosphoric acid. Fine. What happened to him? He shot himself. We never found that. How is it different? One's protection, the other one provokes the wrath. What is the name of the dance craze? We knew that. Okay. If you were forced to stop your investigation, deduct 3 points. You believe for a few days you turned into a snake. If you visited the warehouse where you saw his head explode, deduct 1 point for sanity. If you were forced to stop your investigation due to illness and you never chose to rest, deduct 1 point. You made it through the investigation, but sickness put you in the sanitarium in a straitjacket, of course. Okay. Well, I don't know what we scored. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. Well, let's take a glance through at what clues we didn't get to read. Well, let me not do that. That's sort of cheating for a second. We can do that. We can do that later if we want. Let's take our 5-minute break and we'll come back and discuss the case. I'd like to hear your favorite moments, favorite parts, least favorite parts, your overall impression, and where you would rank this in the Mythos tales. See you in 5 minutes for our final thoughts. Okay, time for our final thoughts about this case. Let me check in with the chat here. What zoo needs 112 snakes? Maybe they were breeding like crazy. John says, I like the idea of the culprit interfering with us. They attempted it, so that's neat, but it went way overboard. There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to when we got poisoned. Made it feel like the game was trying to wrap up early, cover how short it was. Not really a fun experience. John says, there was good debate. I think the debate would feel slightly more rewarding if there were more official details given in the solution. This game, Anna says, this game mechanism with the nausea was just wrong. I feel we could have understood the case better if we had the original time frame. The intro had a bit of a problem with name location, too many unanswered questions. Jonathan, pros was a couple of real weird, creepy scenes and good debate. Anna says, I'm curious what percentage of the leads we read, half, fewer? John says, I don't know where I'd rank this, but bottom half. I appreciate these designers tried to experiment quite a bit, but at the same time, these experiments don't feel quite tested enough for a full price box. And it says, I feel like if we only read half the leads, we didn't like that case either because we didn't understand half the case. Well, let's see if we can't take a look at how many leads we saw. Let's look. How many did we miss? Okay, intro. Campus district. I guess I could do it this way. All right, so we saw these. We saw this. We got poisoned. Sanitarium. We saw that. Didn't see this small one at D2. There's the billiards. We saw that. Town hall. That was if we wanted to investigate one of the people she thought might be after her. Not relevant. This is the garrison, which we were very curious about, and Tina wanted to go there. What do you make of this? This is Alan Drummond. I mean, why was he acting like this? He had looked like he had a snake head to him. They just tell us about the billiards. They searched his house. They didn't find anything. Tells us about the corpse. So police office had nothing interesting. That was the cab driver. That's his warehouse. This is some serum. Just a joke, not useful to us. Cookies, I don't know. That's clearly just a red herring entry. These are like chemists and stuff, not relevant to our case. Another chemical warehouse. Looks like this is just all red herring. Someone telling us how to make it, pointing us to Mike Damon again. Alan Drummond's house, we went there. Pascal's house, we read that. Luttrell's. If you arrived here prior to the fourth day, continue reading. If you come here after he's dead, okay, this is if you go to his house early. So if you go to his house early, you can talk to him. His wife greet you. He says, I'm not an expert on reptiles. Snakes are like everyone else. Cyanide poisoning. Admits he can't help you much more. He says, although you might want to check the university's chemistry department, Winslow took a couple of snake sampling. Nothing. Maybe this would have convinced us he wasn't in on the plan. Although then why is he being killed? We went to those places. Are you here for the job? This is just not important about the billiards. There's the speakeasy we were thinking about going. Someone talked to him about Yig. He hissed at me. Silver Twilight. They're letting people loose from the sanitarium. Strange things happened. An hour ago, a guy came in here, told me that I was to submit to Yig, and he tried to give me this totem. Harding House, we went there. More about billiard place. Amelia has become a demon. What is this all about? An enormous green mottled snake curled up in a 4-foot-high coil. You see the remains of Pickard's maid, her body bloodied and broken. So someone attacked Amelia, the girl at the bar, for unknown reasons. Then we visited Will Carthy, Armitage's house. Tells us about Yig. He's a smoke deity, maybe trying foolishly to provoke. Someone may be trying to provoke his ire, or those that follow Yig. A ritual of desecration was performed. Whoever it was that killed the snakes may be insane or just truly naive. You're likely dealing with a madman, this desecrator, with Yig lurking in the shadows, altering our perceptions. Every one of Yig's victims visited Art's Billiards, attacked the patrons. So this really is a pretty strong hint that someone's doing this to provoke Yig. These are more allies. Sanitarium. Carl Sanford, I don't know who that is. Talking about Will Carthy and Yig. That's it. All right, so I don't think we missed that many. And then there are a couple of extra things here. If we go into the police officer, I guess he kills himself. Blanchard, this is when Blanchard is dead, killed himself. All right, so we didn't miss too much. John says, the part with Pascal saying he thinks someone read the Necronomicon wrong really threw us off and sent us down the botched ritual. Okay, so sorry for spending so much time going over those clues. Let me give you my thoughts here. I think Jonathan and I are pretty much on the same page here. But let me say one thing first. The enjoyment from this case, to the extent that there was some, and there was some, came entirely from the debates we had about alternate theories and the fact that we've got good people in the channel offering alternative theories. And Tina, in particular, figured it out. The enjoyment came from discussing those theories, what was plausible, why one could be true, might not be true, and the fact that we trajectoried while we were working on this case between a bunch of different theories. And that was enjoyable and was fun. If you don't have people on different wavelengths, and maybe, this may be an interesting thing that we haven't discussed before. It may be that the fact that we're playing this separated by the oceans, by the airwaves, helps us not get into too much groupthink. The fact that Antina had his independent theory, and it was a theory we all considered and bounced back, really made this the enjoyable part, the part that we were all sort of debating which side of the fence we came down on. boy, without that, if you tried to play this solo, I think it would be very much more unpleasant. I do think the core mystery here was compelling. This idea that we had these snakes that were killed. We couldn't quite figure out why they were killed. Why were they unlocked? Why were they in a pile? And then who was getting revenge? Who was after us? Those were all very compelling mysteries that really had us confused and struggling to find a consistent explanation. Now, the fact that there really wasn't a good, consistent explanation to it all is frustrating. Like, I think we need to have a name for these. I called a certain category of these mysteries glitch mysteries. But that's a concept based on the idea that the person who writes it just throws facts out there that are inconsistent and then doesn't have a solution in mind. I don't think this is quite a glitch mystery. I think what we've got here is a design philosophy that says, I don't have to have answers to any of these things. I'm just going to throw out a bunch of things, and there is no real reason that the snakes were piled. I mean, I guess they were piled to make it more of an insult to Yig. All of the details about why this guy is trying to get revenge on the zoologist, there's no real answer there. However, I am on record saying I would rather have that than an easy case. And I think, as long as you have good people to debate these theories with, it's not the worst thing in the world that the ending is bad and unsatisfying. It's not ideal, but it's not the worst thing in the world. We did have a good, fun debate, and one of us figured it out. And the rest of us came up with an interesting theory that I like better. I do like it better, the idea that Will Carthy was creating his fetish out of these snakes and he had to throw the blame and get the other people killed. I do like that. But it was fun that we had these other players. We had the real believers of Yig. It's just the actual solution and ending was very unsatisfying, incomplete. Let me just check in with the chat, then I want to talk about some bigger, more fundamental complaints here. Jonathan points out how that Pascal thing really threw us, but that's fair. And it says, okay, I missed the part that weren't written. Yeah, the solutions that were written. Agree with Jonathan, these cases aren't developed enough. Good ideas, half-baked, not tested enough. For sure, I agree with that. Now, let's talk, however, about two more harder to forgive flaws. First of all, I don't like these questions. These are almost like the idea that you have questions that are just asking you, what? If you happen to pick to read certain paragraphs, then you know the answers. Requires no figuring anything out. And if you didn't read those paragraphs, then you have no idea. You can't guess, you can't estimate. I don't understand what the logic of that is. That just seems pointless, silly. But the real sin of this case is the sin of this set, but made worse. The whole idea here of Mythos Tales of saying you have this you only are allowed to go to a couple places, then you're forced to end it. And if you get unlucky, then you don't read enough to figure it out. And then this particular case was like, okay, let's triple down on that and make it so that if you pick the wrong place, you lose 3 turns. And then this thing about how you have a choice, you could rest or push on, which is basically saying through no logic, you have to make a gamble. And if you're wrong, you'll be forced to end the case, after looking at 5 leads. That's completely bizarre. I don't understand the logic of that. You've taken the most uncontrollable, unpredictable, instant loss game, and then you've made it much worse. John says, look who showed up at the end. I can see it's Greg who says, dodged a bullet. Yes, it's true. So it's really a bizarre decision. Now, you could try to find a clever way to do that. There's two things you could have done if you wanted to be smart about it. You could have done two things as the authors. You could have said, okay, we're going to put those poison places in particular clues where the player gets an unusually helpful piece of information. And so as a design element, you could say, okay, if they got a ton of information from one place, we're going to offset that by taking a turn away from them. You could do that. The part about gambling, whether you want to ignore the time delay, that's a terrible idea. There's no benefit to that. That could have been one way you could use that reduction of time, which it didn't seem they were doing. The other way you could have done it, which it seemed to me like they were doing, and I thought for a minute there it was going to be clever, which is we're told that someone's sort of on our trail poisoning us. And at various points in the game, we tried to think of clever ways that mechanic could be used. One was we could say, wait a second, maybe the places we're getting poisoned were informative. Maybe they are all the places that this one woman knew about. Okay, that would have been brilliant. That would have been fun. Or maybe we can check a cab log and we'll find out who went to these places, and then that's how we can track down who the killer is. That would have been another exciting place. Or maybe they're spatially all around one guy's house. Then we know it's him. All of that missed opportunity was thrown out the window. And that was, boy, was that a missed opportunity. Really a shame. And I think if you want to have a mechanic like that where someone's actively trying to hurt you, then have a way to figure that out and solve it. Another way we thought, well, maybe we can go someplace to get an anti-venom that would prevent us. That's a little bit smart. Dave Neal did a little bit something like that. I don't want to give any spoilers, but there were lots of ways this new mechanic could have been integrated with some reward for being clever. So there's that. And then there's another side of that was another missed opportunity. There were several places in this case that we noticed something that seemed to be that we were clever noticing. We noticed that the guy at the warehouse who we thought was Mike Damon said, "Miss Damon, is that you?" And a very bizarre thing happened. First of all, that suggested to us maybe this isn't Mike who was killed. There was very subtlety about his name tag. Then we noticed how it's inconsistent that he would refer to his wife as Miss Damon. Then we found a Damon in the phone book, and I was like, okay, this is going to be a key insight and discovery. And there was no entry for that. And I think Anna says it well, like, we were more clever than the game. We were more clever than the game in a whole number of places. And the fact that the game didn't anticipate that and give us leads for that was bizarre. So, missed opportunities. Missed opportunities is the name for this game. All right. Greg and the channel are having a little chat. All right. Well, still an enjoyable case. Still fun to talk about. Lots of interesting stuff to debate. And if you just are there for the journey, not for the solution, I still think it was an enjoyable case. Probably if I had to rank it, not the very bottom, but maybe of the 5, maybe it would be 4th, 3rd or 4th. I still did like the debate, and I liked the trickiness of the underlying mystery. Okay, let's stop here. I think we're going to finish this box and keep playing it. I still do enjoy it. On Sunday, we'll be playing Dear Holmes, reading the solution from Holmes. Again, another case where we think we understand it, but we'll see what happens. And then sometime later in September, I'll do my first game design stream, and then we'll play some more Halloween games. We're going to try to finish this box sometime in October. Still enjoy it. Still such a pleasure to play it with the channel and people who are so active. Great work, and Tina for actually coming up with the right answer. I'll see you all on the next stream.